weren't at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light. Yes. And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Love that.
How we doing?
Love that right there. What's that now? Where's that from?
Let me show you. This is from Brenda Sweeney.
That is beautiful. I love that.
So, see the guest book supporters.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Where's Chloe?
Here is Chloe. Oh, I love this. Look at this. Beautiful.
That's the look of them. And then that book. Hang on, let me show you this.
Well, good morning there, Dylan.
Good morning to you, my friend. Sorry, I'm just showing trying to get this together. In that book, look at this.
Hey.
So look someone signed, Brenda and Dennis, I imagine, signed the book for us and said
that's awesome.
And Dylan. So we are in the book.
We're in the book now, brother.
Thank you to Brenda and Dennis Sweeney. As always, we love you guys. Thank you for everything you do.
Right.
Yes. So how are we, brother? How are we?
Well,
today?
I got some cobwebs on me today. Thank God. 6 years almost of sobriety. I'm thank God, because it was so hot yesterday. Anyways, before I get into it, I hope everyone had a great Memorial Day. But yeah, we had our first annual Memorial Day pool party, and I couldn't be any happier to have with my good friend Billy Brahaney, Bernadette, his wife, and Bird Harding and Lauren Mumsy Harding, who came down all the way down from the villages to help out. And I had my Karen Reed sign out in the street, and the whole thing was I was going to move it in because, hey, Brandy, thanks for that great photo shot. I'm going to get you back big time. Anyway, so I moved the sign from the street to the pool with all intentions to get a great shot of all of us around the Karen Reed sign, half in the water, half hanging out. Well, between the beers and the dillies and the wine flowing, that went right down the drain. But we had an incredible time. We talked about Karen Reed. We talked about Lard-Ass Higgins. We talked about everything. And Susie was a trooper. And we had a great time. It was absolutely great. Thank God for the pool, because it was hot. So,
hot.
Anyways, it was hot. We had music. We had the whole thing. It was great.
Right. I'm going to let you off, right, because you need to reset your camera because you're fuzzy. So
okay, hold on.
Reset it, and I'll pull you off and reset it. I'll pull
really?
you back up.
All right. Yeah. How do I do that now? Go off?
Just go. I'll pull you off. And
just leave and come back?
Yeah, there we are. Right, Sean will be back in a bit. Don, good morning to you, sir. I know it was last night you left, but hello to you. Tim, hello from Denmark. Hi, Christine. Linda, we get to your question, Peggy, and stuff. Hello to you, Linda, Peggy. Raul, we'll get to your questions in a little bit. Susan, how we doing? Halos and Horns, good morning to you. Chrissy, good morning to you. Callie from California, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well as well. I love to see the chat in the mornings. Let me just rush through some of this before Sean comes back. Sassy Bartender, hello, my darling. How are you? Here he is. He's back. Guess who's back? Sean, he's back. Here we are.
Any better?
Yeah, that's much better. Much better.
Jeez.
Much better. Who's in the house? Jennifer Manning is in the house. Good morning, Elite Squad, she says.
We are an elite squad.
Halos and Horns. There we are. Go through some of these. Only 7 likes. What's going on with 18 people here? What? No, it's 18. No, we got more than that. We got 185 people here with 64 likes. Come on, people, give it a like. Only 1/3 of you have liked it. Come on. The Hackster's in the house.
The Hackster, man.
You gotta behave when she's around.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Katrina, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Trying to follow Sean. So yeah, just a reminder to everybody, Sean is on the 6 o'clock Eastern every single evening, giving his recaps. Sometimes he blows his top, sometimes he doesn't. Depends on his mood.
Oh, apologies to everyone, man.
Don't apologize.
It was hard to say.
Brilliant.
I'm telling you, Lally will put you to sleep, man. I mean, literally did it to me. Holy camole, I can't believe that.
I know. Good morning, Mimi. Hello, Mimi. How are we doing, my darling? Vicky T, lovely risings friends. Hello, Vicky.
Nice.
How are you, my darling? I've not missed anyone here, have I hope. Because I'm going through it. Carol Draper, hello, my darling. Fartbox McGee. Look at that, Fartbox McGee. Oh. Big D Dog, how are we doing, my darling?
Big D's always in the house, man.
Big D Dog, my darling. Sorry, Big D Dog. That's the wrong phrase. Wrong phrase, Big D Dog. Bloody hell. There's a lot here. So we stopped off with Vicky T there. Dina Bellina.
Dina Bellina, man. Love it.
Spacey Stacy, hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Emma Newport. Boreda to you, Emma from. And Sean, here we are. Sean can say Boreda.
Nice.
There you go, Emma. Boreda. Crafty Cow afternoon, Sean. Delan chat from sunny hot Aberdeenshire. So in Scotland. How are you doing, Crafty Cow? Hope you're well. It's not nice in Wales. It's gloomy. It's wet. So Scotland must be having Florida weather because we're not. Kendall McDermott, good morning from sunny Raynham. Say good morning, Raynham, to my 3 loves on their way to school as well. So good morning to you, Owen, Kian, and Jane. Good morning to you 3.
Good morning to those future superstars, future brilliant superstars. Still going to school, man. Wow, it's so hot down here. The kids are already out of school.
There you go. So good morning to you 3 and good morning to you, Kendall. That means we've got enough sway now. So James, good morning to you, James.
From
Bo,
Charlestown, nice.
Kevin is Lizzie's Bobo. Hello to you. We got beautifully appropriate from the Midlands, from Birmingham, that kind of area, from the UK. Lil Ment, hello, good morning to you. Paula Mayer, hello to you. Sunny Days, good morning. Been a long time without you both. Had to resort to Turtleboy. There you go.
At a resort.
Casey.
Come on now. Where's the love?
Casey. The love's everywhere. Casey.
The love has gone south somewhere. I don't know what happened there. Jesus.
Chat mods, are you able to turn the like plus reply feature on so when chat peeps reply to each other, Delan can skip it? Oh, what's that, Fartbox McGee? I don't even know what that is. But we'll look into that, Fartbox. Thank you. I'll look into that. Let me start that and look into that. I didn't know that was a thing. Kitty Beans, hello. I really want to know what happened to Chloe. Not so sure that she's happy romping in Vermont. Animal abuse is a federal offense. I know. Poor Chloe.
Right.
Erin Hack says, hey, beautiful. Thank you, Erin. Oh, not you, Delan. Oh, sorry. Okay. Right. Boston, 48. Hello. Alicia, my darling. How are you? Wicked Psyched. Hello to you. Go on, Christine. Ask Sean the question. It's all good. Ruby. Na, 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 na. Jadabia, hello. Lorna, sorry, hello. Lou Barber in the house. How are you doing, Lou? Hope you're well. So ready for today. The Braineys are a great family. I graduate with a younger son. Such a small world.
Oh, nice. Look at that. Kendall McDermott. How about that? Look at that. The Braineys.
Quizzical Girl. Good day, mate. How's it going? Put shrimp on the barbie. How are we doing? Keith. Got a Barcelona Sports shirt on all the way in the UK. I'm a big Barcelona Sports fan, Keith. Big. Huge. Barcelona Sports. I've been a fan for about 3-4 years. So whenever they say things like Milton and stuff like that, Milton, the first ever office of Barcelona Sports.
Really? Look at you.
Yeah, I know a lot about Barcelona Sports. I love it.
God. Hey, I was talking to Dave Cullihan. I didn't know who the hell he was.
Yeah,
I thought it was. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, okay, whatever you say, but I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, he used to work for Barcelona Sports with Kirk Minahan. So Dave Cullinan might be joining us this morning. Dave might be coming in.
Great.
So we'll see if he comes in. Morning, Lisa. Morning, Mia. Jean, hello. Portland, Oregon. That's where Hamburger Dave is from. Good morning to you. Like Lisa, a question. Does anyone know if JM was signed into Google when she did her searches? Will they be in her Google history in the cloud? Ooh, good question.
Yeah, my understanding is she went in through Safari. That's my understanding.
Safari, okay.
You never know.
Good morning, Laura. Kate Katie Reese, hello. Hey, cousin Jill.
Cuzzy, what's up, Jilly?
Cousin Jill. We love cousin Jill in
How's
here.
the family?
Hello. How's Amy? Hope she's well. Mermaid Mary, hello. Jodie Mitchell in the house. Phil, where's Phil? Hope Phil's well. Her husband Phil as well. Hope he's well there, Jodie.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
From
Jody.
Peabody.
Baby Mass, Kevin Barry.
You got people from Worcester, Peabody.
Worcester, Peabody.
Worcester, Peabody. Park the car. Park the car. There you go. Jen Park. Hello to you, Taryn. Hello. Good morning from Virginia Beach. Whilst I'm going through some of these, I'll flash them on screen. Tell us a little bit. Do you know a little bit more about Shannon? Is it Shannon?
Shannon?
What's it called?
Sharon?
Sharon. Tell us a little bit more about that.
You know, when that all happened in court, I didn't really know what the significance was. What drew my attention was the fact that, oh my God, you can't say Sharon. To me, it was just a contiguous town with Canton, but evidently, and it makes sense. Some people are sleuths in the chats and the pages did some digging. They found that there was a rehab center. Look at that. There's a dot person there, dot boy or guy or girl. No, so they did some digging and they found that there was a rehab center in there. Now, listen, Higgins does not look like the Higgins of 2 years ago. He's lost the bloat. He still he's probably eating macaroni still. I should talk. And, but he's lost that bloat. Clearly he's probably gone on it was probably a very traumatic scene that he encountered, and maybe he checked himself in. I don't know. The fact that they have his medical records, right? And maybe they put those medical records out there for HIPAA reasons, as far as Jackson goes, because you knew he was going to ask, because it's such a strange, why would he be interviewed in Sharon, Mass? So, but then again, I don't know. It makes sense. But you know what doesn't make sense, Dylan? What doesn't make sense?
Most of this trial doesn't make sense to me.
The biggest takeaway for me of all that bullshit, right? Other than the fact that he was a lush, right? He was a serious lush.
Yeah.
He texted Karen sometime between the 28th and 29th.
Yeah.
Now, I understand many women in his past have texted me and said that's his go-to text. Whatever the fuck he does, right?
Yeah.
And right? So nothing, right? If you believe Brian Albert knew from Jen McCabe at 6 something, right? I mean, come on, they all knew, but he's on record at 6, whatever the hell she bursted in, you know. She said to him, Sean's dead. We know they talked. So at some time before John was truly pronounced dead officially, right? Brian Higgins knew that John was dead. My question is, what kind of a man, what kind of a, non-man, he wouldn't even text Karen back to say, oh my God, Karen, try to console her, right? Try to console her. Nothing. And then when he officially was told by Karen at 1:30, right? John died. He did nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is consciousness of guilt. He's out. He's talking to everyone that whole day. He's with Berkey. He's with all of them. He's looking at the car. He couldn't text her back. I mean, let's face it. They were on the radar together. He was trying to hit a home run. This was like his golden opportunity to be like a little fucking turd, right? I mean, think about this for cops, right? Yeah. This guy is on the stand openly saying, I'm trying to get with another cop's girlfriend. I don't care who initiated. There's a code. I'm telling you, right? There is a code. You don't mess with another cop's wife. You know why? If you're a cop, which he was a half a cop, right? There's always 2 guns in that situation. Sometimes 5, 6, 7. The bottom line is you don't mess with another law enforcement's girl, wife, whatever. Boyfriend, husband. You don't. And you cops out there know this, right? There is a code. And yeah, it's always violated for whatever reason. I don't know why. To me personally, in my generation of law enforcement, you wouldn't go there. You
Yeah.
just don't go there. That to me, the fact that he wouldn't console her. I mean, honestly, let's face it. Honestly, do you think? Do you think I'm hot? Really? Oh my God, Karen, I'm so sorry. Something. Be a fucking man, you pussy. I'm sorry, guys. Already, I got your dung already. It just really pisses me off, people. I mean, and then you think about the autopsy photos, and you think about how bad he was beaten. It fires me up. But anyways, that's my comment. That's it.
Question for Lou. Lou, do you put jam first or cream first? Which one, Lou? That'll assess me whether I like you or not. If whether you put jam on the scone first or whether you put cream on the scone first. That's an UK thing, Sean. So hang on. We got a couple of things here I missed.
I think I'd put jam first and then put the cream.
You're my kind of.
Is that how you do it? To me, jam is the most sloppiest. So you put the jam first, put the cream on second.
But it's a tester.
That's how my brain works.
But your brain works fine. High IQ. So you're the same as me. Eric Steele says Dr. Justin Rice was in the DA office this weekend, prepping as confirmed, and will be there today. So there you go.
Good. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, he's the doc.
Dana Leonard, go follow. Resisted Silence. Him and Tracy are en route to the courthouse, hoping for a big day. Let's go, Dana.
Nice.
Love to Tracy as well there. There's questions. Yeah, I'll get to your questions now. Jesus. I'll get to your questions now in a second. I just want to go back and make sure. Eric D, hello. How are you doing, my friend? Bergstrong, hello from Pittsburgh.
Eric Di Girolamo. That's a mouthful to say, man. Eric Di Girolamo.
Mona Lisa, hello. Could I ask a favor, please? When you advertise the times of your upcoming streams, could you include the UK times as well, please? Mona Lisa, anything for you? I used to do it and people told me to stop, so I stopped. So I can't do that.
I think it's important, though. It is, because
I can't do that easily.
because it's confusing. It really is.
Yeah,
buddy, we're international. We took this road international, buddy. We have to give the love back. We have to give the love back.
I'm happy to do Eastern and UK. Absolutely. Not an issue whatsoever to do that for you, Mona Lisa. Lisa, hello, guys. Hello from Nottingham. Hello from Nottingham.
I love this. Yeah, I love this.
Janice, good morning to you from New Hampshire. Susie, good morning good day, mate, from Australia. Shari D, hello. How are you doing, madam? Hope you're well. Ed Francis, Brendan, Mandolin Wind.
Otis Air Force. Nice.
I love it.
The Mandolin Wind.
Is the next court date next Monday? It is next Monday, yes.
Can you believe it? Oh, my God.
This could be a long, long time. Let me just, Perry, I seen your question. I'll ask it now. Spars, good morning to you. Sean, Haxer says, Sean, the chat needs to know, is Chloe in the duffel bag?
No,
Sean?
according to Nicole Albert, she's all alive and happy up in Vermont. Flower on it, please.
Hello, Karen Davis. Alvira from Melanie.
I did a whole spray last night, all nice and cool. I have a plant, aloe vera. I tried. I had all kinds of block on yesterday. It doesn't work.
Good morning to you, Johnny. Kato, Johnny. Good morning to Amy as well. Jean, good morning from Roxbury. Daniela from
West Roxbury. No, it's West Roxbury. West Roxbury. Sorry. Although Roxbury is beautiful now. Roxbury is the place to live.
Mr. O, South Carolina. There we are. Happy days. Alison, good morning to you from Worcester. Mass. James, hello. Lou's mum. Yeah, there we are.
Lou's mum.
Dawn Marie, lovely Dawn Marie. We all love
Hey, Dawn.
Thank you.
This is the morning crew.
Di. Hello, Di. Jay, how are we doing? Hope you're well. Leslie, good morning from Bronx, New York.
Oh, the Bronx. Love it.
Lovely jubbly.
What Apache.
Hey, Alice.
Oh, here we go. Jesus. They're starting early.
There we go. Helena. God. Hey, Helena, I've not seen you for ages, it seems. Good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Hens, how are we doing? It's all right. The dogs are fine. It's part of the character.
No, I think someone's here.
Okay, it's fine.
Suzanne will get it.
Patty, hello, Patty. How are we doing? Lizzie Bones, hello to you. There we go. I think I'm catching Toots. Hello, Toots. I love that name, Toots. Di, hello to you as well. Right, I think I'm catching up here pretty good. Oh, Susanna. Hey, Susanna. Oh, Susanna. Every day and night. Oh, Susanna. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. We'll get to some questions for sure now as well. Dina, Belina, and make sure she's okay. Right, I'm starring them as I go along. Donna, hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Cindy, good morning to you. Gary, hello. Good afternoon from England. Hi, Dylan and Sean. How are we doing? How are we doing, Gary? Where you from? I think have I asked you that before? Where you from in England, Gary? Sounds like a very Gary's like a Midland North kind of Gary, like Dell. Do you know what I mean? That kind of name, strong name. MJ's in the house. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say MJ. MJ. Let's go, MJ. True Crime Kangaroo. Good day, mate. How we doing? How we doing, True Crime? Hope you're well as well. Right. Let's get Trez. Good morning to you as well. Bob, hello to you. Amy, hello. Right, I'll get some questions for you, right? Before. Good morning, Cynthia. Let's get a question for you here now. Hang on. Christine Gabriel's in the house. Katie Rise, hello. Rachel, I see it differently. So Callie, sorry, Callie, get out. She puts cream first. Cream. Jesus. No.
I want cream to be the first thing I taste.
Sorry. Can't.
Don't leave, Callie. I'm with you.
Callie, we love you. We love you, Callie. I'm joking, obviously, but let's change your mindset. Lou, you can stay. We love you, Lou. I love you even more now. Jam on first. There's no other way. Let's frigging go. Tim Shaw, hello. How we doing? Rachel, he didn't.
Tim, I don't know yet, buddy. I'm pretty bad now. I've lost everything. I lost my field, my touch. Everything's gone. Slicing again. All the bad habits are back.
There we are. They're all with jam first. Happy
now,
days.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've had English muffins, right?
Well,
do you put butter first or jam first?
Butter. Well, please do not tell me you put jam and then.
No,
butter.
I don't. I put butter first.
Jesus Christ. Yes. I mean, there's some psychos out there that would put jam first. I mean, oh my God. No, butter.
Butter first. All right, good.
Christine says, Sean, do you think that J.O. knew something that BA corrupted in Boston Police Department?
Absolutely. They all knew. Oh, wait, hold on. J.O., hold on. No.
Whipped.
Yeah. I thought that was I thought that was Jen McCabe. Listen, you can't work in a small, I say Boston's relatively, it doesn't have 50,000 like New York, right? You can't really hide too much in Boston, right? Boston by nature is a political animal, right? Where there's politics, there's money. Where there's money, there's corruption. I'm just going to leave it there.
Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Amy. And in North Carolina, married a Littleton, Mass. October Girl.
Love that.
Hello, October Girl. Every time I think I caught up, there's more people. So I'm going to ask some questions for Sean. I'll try and catch you in a bit. Right.
That's something, upper hand. How the hell does that happen? Seriously. I mean, you don't make these guys obviously went for the money. There's money to be made there. Obviously, I can't believe some of these salaries. Cannot believe them.
Debbie, thank you for the super sticker, Debbie, $9.99. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Debbie. Linda says Higgins hightailed it out of the house. She means why or with whom? Did he meet Ali McCabe at the high school? That would explain the 360 entries. Yeah. Collins text to Ali work. Who went to work thereafter? Higgins explains the time gap.
I got to tell you, a lot of shit was happening. That the Jeep is a big thing. And then this alley back and forth, going back on. Listen, we're going to find out. It's just that we just have to wait. That's it.
Hello, John. Good morning, all. I hate the reason, obviously, we are here, but I really enjoy these streams. Great job, Hunter. Thank you, John.
Thanks, John. Thank you, buddy.
Wendy, hello. Donna, hello, my darling. Perry Beth started off so enthusiastic, but now she's deeply regretting not recusing herself. I bet she is. Gina, hello. Moxirella, sorry. Hello. Hope you're well. Robin, hello. Hello, Carrie. Buttercup, hello.
Buttercup. On the job, Buttercup, or was on the job.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Christine. Morning, Patty Murphy. Right, next question for you then. Why does Higgins have an ATF agent, as an ATF agent, have an office and access to the Canton Police Department?
All right. So the short answer is because he's law enforcement and because he lived in the town and because evidently now he had a tragedy happen in his family. I get it, right? But it's not uncommon. It wasn't a task force. It was more of a courtesy from Berkey to him. They had a friendship. I think he's probably attributed to the fact that he lost his sister, which is sad. It is. But the bottom line is that nothing nefarious, just a courtesy. That's all. And plus, let's face it, he's lazy and he wanted to be close. He didn't want to go all the way into Boston. Who wants to fight that traffic, right?
Yeah.
I love the fact that he's counting batteries. I love that he's counting bullets. I'm sorry, he's counting bullets. DEA guys, they send you back in the tech room that you got to count batteries. What happened? Oh, there we go.
That's fine. We're back. I love the fact that everyone's saying butter. Everyone puts butter instead of jam.
Irish butter, Irish gold. I love it.
Tootie Pip says, "Article on muffins, it has to be jam every time." I mean, butter and jam. I wouldn't just put.
I love when the butter melts. And I get one better now.
Go on.
My wife introduced me to this one. She puts butter, peanut butter, then jam. Try that one. It's absolutely incredible. It gets a little messy, though. It gets a little messy.
That's fine. Giovanni's Pikachu says jam first. Oh, Giovanni. It's all good. The Audrey's in the house. You two are like a couple of old ladies talking.
We are kind of like old ladies.
Yeah. Thank you, Audrey.
We're very comfortable, right? And we're very comfortable there, Dylan, right?
Very comfortable. Angel Fire, come on to you. Lil G. Hello, Lil G from X. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Right, next question for you, Sean, I need to go through some of these and star them as I go across them. Boom, boom, boom. Fartbox Monkey. Oh, no, that was for me to look at later. That one we've done. Robin says, Sean, I've been trying to find what you have talked about. A duffel bag that was taken out of the shed. Where can I find what you said about it?
That damn duffel bag. Who knows? That's the $64,000 question. I mean, I don't know what happened in that. I mean, someone alerted the feds to get to that kid's house and take out a duffel bag. Who knows? I hope we'll find out. It's not on the list of evidence.
Yeah, we got Mighty Meats in the house. See you at the finish line. Robin G, hello.
That's right. See you at the finish line. That's a beautiful response to all these knuckleheads. We'll just see you at the finish line.
Brian Albert saying they went upstairs to look at the photos was very significant.
Yes. Yes, it was. It was.
Robin says, question for Sean. I have been trying to find what you had talked. Oh, we've done that. Sorry, we've done that one. Sorry. Right, hang on. Good morning to you, Robbie, as well. Let's go through. Tommy says, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with more than Higgins having zero game, getting embarrassed and ghosted by Karen. That's why Gemma came trying to separate Higgins' text. John had to come. Who knows?
Good point, Tommy. That. Good point. Good point.
Hey, Di.
Boys.
Israel here. Mark Kelch.
How you spell boys? In
boys,
boys like that.
Yeah. Really? So B-O-I, we say so B-O-Y. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Welsh. Yeah.
Nice.
Mark Kelch worked the Aaron Hernandez case. He's not on the witness list at all.
I thought he was on the defense list.
No, he's not.
Really?
No. We checked.
Oh. Wow. I could have sworn I saw him. Well.
You know, you might get added. We don't know. Karen Barrow, top of the morning, boys from Cape Town.
Hey,
hello,
Karen, welcome to the. Karen's a new mod for me in the.
Is she?
In the Going Through the Motions Facebook page. How about that? Now I know what my Facebook page is. I forgot. I don't know what I was thinking back at 2:00 in the morning when I created it. I had a mad rush though.
Well, make sure everyone join.
Karen Barrows. I knew your brother. I remember Kenny Barrows. I'm pretty sure his name was Kenny Barrows. Good guy.
Hey, Lacey Ann. Yeah, go make sure, go through the motions on Facebook. Go and join it. I post this. I post it all the time now. That's the only place I post now, except for my own, the Alternate Corner group.
Buddy, I make mental notes, right? I make mental notes. And I say, I'm going to do this. And by the time I hit that go live button, it's like everything's out the door.
Gone.
I forget it all.
MJ says, happy birthday to Boston Sully.
Boston, what did you watch Boston Sully, Dylan?
No.
He was on my guest Friday.
Oh,
Friday.
Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. I watched him come on for 10 minutes. I fell asleep.
Oh, my God.
I won't lie to you. I fell asleep.
Maceo. You missed Maceo.
I need to go back and watch it. I honestly.
Buddy, he let it all out, man. He's great. Boston.
I need to watch
Happy birthday. And thank you, Michael. Thank you, buddy, for the wish yesterday, too. It was a long day yesterday, buddy. The heat was killing me. Boston Sully. He's a great guy. Told it like it is, buddy. Said he had a lot of canary feathers in their mouth.
Avery says, there's always time I live in Carey. It's beautiful. Donovan, cream cheese and jam. Oof, no.
Ooh.
I can't. Whipped cream, fine on scones. There we go. Everyone loved Boston Sully. There you go.
Oh yeah, you got to watch him. It was
smooth or crunchy peanut butter. Peanut butter.
Actually, my wife likes crunchy. I'll take anything. Skippy.
I'll take anything.
She loves Reese's peanut butter.
Kelly Reed. Sean, Kelly Reed's in the house.
Hey, Kelly. By the way, Kelly gave me that sign. Kelly in the house. Look at that. You know what? I'm so anal. That friggin' corner. They said, Sean, put it up, put it down. And it's off cannon. Bird, we have some talking to do. I keep looking at that. It's killing me. That's how messed up my head is. It's off. It's not balanced right.
So nice sign.
Kelly, thank you again. So many. It was out in the street. I wanted the photo picture with all the people around it. Like I said, you can only do so much, right?
It's all good.
But the intention was there. Look at you, Kelly. And I know you're going to be in that courtroom today. So look at her coming onto our channel. She has so much to do over there. Coordinate that, coordinate this. But she's watching us, the morning crew. The morning crew with Dylan and Sean. We'll be right back with a word from our sponsors.
The sponsor is Let's Get It On.
Where is he? I can't even reach it right. Buddy, the arms are killing me today. I don't know what the hell I did.
Hey, Kelly, so good. Send our love to the family, Kelly.
Oh,
we love
yeah,
you all.
Kelly. You're the best. Oh, Kelly, listen. Kelly, I had a beautiful talk with Kelly and her sister. And, God rest his soul. Dad's birthday, he would have been 80 on Saturday. My father's birthday was the 24th. Her father's birthday, the 20th. We had a beautiful conversation. I'll never forget it. It was beautiful. Saturday with Kelly and her sister.
There you go. Richard said, remember when Jackson was crossing Jen and he said, when she go upstairs and date the show, she unlocked her phone with Face ID. Then she would have to unlock phone to make those calls to John.
I'll tell you, I mean, I think I'm in the game most of the time. These Rachel and the crew, they are incredible. They really are. They know how to get. They lock on things that I forget. It's amazing. But we have split cameras here. Look at this.
I know.
Tom,
thank you, Rachel.
Thank
you for that. I'm going to look into that because you've just said that. Cat Black, good morning to you. Ape, good morning to you. Hey, Miss. I always miss. Hello, Miss.
Yes.
How are we doing? Hope you're well. Morning, Lola Blue, my darling. Canterbury Tales got a question. Dylan, would you please ask Joe, what direction do you think the cross-exam of Higgins will take? Do you think he's going to be as aggressive?
Hey, he's got to come out. No, Yannetti, this is his time. He's got to come out big time. He's got to press him. Got to press him big time. What did you see? What did you know? How can you, as an ATF agent, give a timeline between 12:30 and 1, but yet you're not checking into the Canton PD to 1:27? The timeline is not there. It's too big in this case. And then say, you tried everything in the book to find out about you and Karen, but you couldn't console. I hope he hits her on that. I hope he hits her big time on that.
There you go. Ape said, Dylan, hey Dylan, do you work or have anything to do with Cardiff Law School, Uni, the Innocence Project? I do not. I know a lot of people there in Cardiff University and stuff like that. I used to work there. I used to live in Cardiff and all that. I was doing some work in Cardiff University, but I've got friends that work there. But no, I don't do anything with that. That must be.
Do you have an innocent project over there too?
I'm not aware of one, but there might be because
wow.
he just mentioned it.
We must have guys here.
We got different other things, but not in this project.
Dylan, let me just check these. I don't know who they're backing at. I know Susie's not here. I'll be right back.
It's go good. Ducati girl, hello to you. Wine cooler infused. Right. I did see it because Tudley's right because I saw your message, Ape, after Tudley message said your name. If you guys didn't catch Rita's comments on the Canton PD audit last night on the Young, check it out. There we are, Pamela. Everyone check out the Young Jerks with Mike to look at her comments. KB, good morning to you. Who else is expected to testify today? We don't know. There's rumors. There were rumors that the children might be testifying today, but I don't actually know. If I'm being honest, I just heard that. There we are. Amy, I will show that to Sean when he comes back now. Trident, good morning to you. So, good afternoon, Del. Hey, Del, we've got some people from Stoke-on-Trent here as well. So, hang on. Where's it gone here? Gary's from Stoke-on-Trent. Del's from Manchester. Manchester. Love it. I am wearing a Stephanie, yes, I am wearing a Barstool shirt. This is Barstool Outdoors shirt. I'm a big Barstool fan. I'm not saying I'm a big fan of all their content. I'm not. But a lot of the content, I am a massive fan of some, well, a lot of their content then. I'm not saying everything, just, yeah, a lot of it then. Probably for the last 4 years now, I've been a fan. Have you got notes down, but go off the top of when you go live? What's that? Question not. Have your notes down, but go off the top when you go live? We love it. Not sure what that means. I'm not sure if that's for Sean or for me, but thanks, Giovanni, for asking. Funky, hello, greetings to you. Irish Riviera. There we are. Hello, Funky. Kelly's perfect. Right. I know there's some questions for Sean. I will get back to that now. There we are. Thank you, Kelly, for popping in as well. With Florida Tim, hello to you.
Hold on, I'm coming back here. Here we go.
Oof. There we are. Thank you, Kelly. Right, there was a comment here. I think I marked it. Hang on. Here we go. Amy says, Sean, my dad was a motorcycle cop starting in 1962. He spent 37 years on the force, Long Island.
Oh, that's awesome. That's amazing, awesome.
Isn't it?
Awesome.
It's amazing. We go, all these people. Oh, here we go. They've arrived. Let me just go here then.
Good morning.
There.
Can't say it, no mercy. They wanted me to say that to you this morning. Come on, I want to see some great footage today. You.
Hey, Lisa. Hey, B. Japan.
Ooh, I felt a few sprinkles.
Hey, Sandy.
It is beautiful.
Luby, hello, Luby. Dal, Heather. Hello, Susan. Tom CPU.
Good morning. Oh, good luck, good morning.
Tom CPU must be lagging like hell. Hey, Susan. Ooh. Hey, Dennis. Carrie's birthday today.
Oh, nice. Carrie, happy birthday.
Carrie, I'll sing you tune Welsh Guy. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Pen blwydd hapus I Carrie. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Let's go, Carrie. Happy birthday, my darling.
All right, Carrie, happy birthday. I always wanted to know who this guy was, the bald guy here.
Yeah.
He was there for many of the early hearings, and I don't know. We'll find out.
There we are. I'm going to take that off now because Tom was glitching like hell there. I don't know what's wrong with his.
Right.
Sean, hang on. We got 827 people. Sean, can we do me a favor?
We have to hit the.
People listen to you, right?
Have to hit the like button.
828 people, 252 likes, Sean.
Come on, man. People.
That's not even 1/3.
Before you get in the chat, hit the like button. It's not that hard.
They listen to you, Sean. So, Sandra Mayo, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Right, there's the next question for you. Before I forget here, let's go back to the top here. Out. Kevin is Lizzie's Bobo says, "Will Higgins stay pleading the fifth today?"
I don't believe so. He can't because he was already on cross-examination on Friday.
Here we go. Susan says Susan's got an operation, so it's pre-op surgery 11th of June. I wouldn't miss the recap for the world, even if surgery with it today. There you are. Good luck with that. Good luck, Susan.
Sue Doherty.
Amazing. Hello, amazing. Hello. He's back now.
Where's the man, Sean?
Yeah, you were just dealing with
you're behind again, Dylan.
I know, I need to go. So how long will it be on the stand? Who knows? I don't think it's going to be that long, to be quite honest.
How long?
How long is he going to be on the stand for?
I love it, man. How long? And she couldn't even say those words, right? She couldn't even say them. Jesus. Yeah. There's banging everywhere. I don't know who's knocking, or they're knocking in nails. I don't know what the hell they're doing. All I know is they're driving the dogs crazy.
They're Patty's friend here. Hello. How are we doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, everyone hit the like button. Yeah. Right, next question. Let's get through the next question. Does the defense have any CCTV of Higgins arriving at the police department? I wonder if he walked in, was dropped off, or driving a different vehicle.
That's a great question. There has to be video. There has to be video of him there. He even said it. Check the video. Oh, good. Check the video. There's got to be video.
Yeah, that is interesting. Apple iPhone's working on butt dial tracking software.
I know. When you think about it, right?
Who's hoping for some FBI intervention today? I know, Dal. Karen so little. I know. Let's go back, try and catch up. Linda, hello to you, Linda. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Anyone know who will take a stand of Higgins? I don't know, is Christine, is my answer. Reed, hello.
Coral Springs. All right. Coral Springs.
Elena's got a question. Who did they testify? What? Why would they testify Higgins made a pass on the driveway with a plow?
I guess,
as a joke?
Yeah, it's kind of weird because let's face it, there wasn't any snow, enough snow to put a plow down. He said he was doing it as a joke, fooling around, but why? I don't get that. Because you know why? Because he was shit-faced. That's why. Because he could. I don't know.
True. Hello, Brenda. Yeah, it's some cool questions here. Things I've not thought about, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, that really does. I mean, why would he ruin his blade? That's the other thing. I guess
it's weird. Truth Nation and the Census says Yannetti, the closer, about to come in and close out the game in the bottom of the ninth.
That's true. Hey, that's right. It's kind of like Pedro Martinez coming in.
Question from Greg. Hello, Greg, as well. Is it normal for a trial like this to have so many days in recess? Seems like a lame attempt to confuse the jury.
Greg, that's no. I've never seen a trial. I don't know about you, Dylan, where the judge is placated so much to a jury. I've never seen it.
No,
I don't know
this
what
much.
the hell's going on.
Not this much. No, I agree with you. Not this much. I've not seen it before. Morning, Tina. Hello, my darling. Tina. Pat Lynch Sorry, Pat Lynch.
Paul.
Paul Lynch. Good morning, guys. Hope Ingrid Senior's a good day. Hope today's a good day. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the super chat as well. Is it normal to have a lawyer while on the stand? Like that is not normal. That is not normal.
When she brought the I guess her excuse was, since it was a question that could and is going to get him in a lot of trouble. She just said, since he has a lawyer in the area, right, then he should be next to him, right? That's all. That's not bad.
No, but it's not normal though.
No, it's definitely not normal. No.
Rachel says, have the feds finished the investigation? So, are they in favor of Karen? How is she still on the on trial?
All I can say, Rachel, is that Karen, right? Well, one person said she was the complainant. Well, she's also a victim in the federal case. Her civil rights were violated. Just remember, this is a murder case in the state, and it's a civil rights violation in the federal court. So she is a victim of having her civil rights violated. Yes, they're all for Karen because they violated the hell of her civil rights to start with.
Is Proctor taking the stand today? I don't know, JD. Thank you for super sticker. I don't know.
I would doubt it.
Tina, thank you for being a member for 9 months, Christine. Thank you very much, Medallion. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Psychology of 9. Hello. Jean says, speaking of Higgins being shit-faced, why would he go to work after drinking so much to all things, drive cars around? I thought drinking driving was against the law.
People are giving me a lot of crap for saying that he violated the OGV policy. He only got in for like 100 yards. Let me tell you something. You cannot get behind the wheel of an official government vehicle if you've been drinking. He admitted to having many, many drinks. All right. I mean, granted, it's an administrative violation, but these guys are so screwed up, right? They're trying to, excuse me, he's trying to build in an alibi for some reason, right? Under the guise that he was going to move cars because there's this snowstorm. Why didn't he do it when he was first there, when he first came back to drop at the hillside or whatever he did, right? Or when he changed up vehicles, right? Didn't he change up his vehicle? I guess he not. I guess, yeah, he did. He changed up his vehicles, right? He switched from his OGV, his government vehicle, to the Jeep. He was at the station. He should have done it then. None of this is making sense, but we'll get to it, buddy. We're going to get to all of it.
Christine says, I thought no one could speak with a witness that is actively testifying.
Well, that's true, but your attorney can speak to you anytime.
Attorney can. Okay, I think we're pretty much caught up here, which is good. If I've missed you, I apologize. Put your name in again, and I will in there. But I think we got right. There's questions here that I've definitely been missing. Why do you think Brian A called Higgins at 222 and Jen Googled that search at 227? What do you think was really happening?
Because obviously whatever they had to do. Okay, let's, in the best case scenario, let's put it that John was beat around 12:30ish. Okay, I mean he's now out for the count by that time, right? And they got to do something. So they're talking. Then Jen makes 5 minutes later the search about how long would it take for him to die in the cold, right? Which she refuses to say, and she evidently got the answer, right? That's right, Rosemarie. What a game Saturday night. Oh, my God. I was talking to my buddy Billy yesterday. I gave up. It was 19 points they were down. And he says, no, they came back and won. I couldn't believe it. Anyways, mighty meat.
So the Fed really reaches down and interrupts any process of the state part of the supremacy clause of the Constitution. That's true.
Right. And this is, let's face it, this is a very unique situation, all right? Especially in Massachusetts, and for them, I go back to this, for the FBI to go right into the face of the state police, it was an amazing move, but they had to, for justice sake, Dylan, they had to do that for justice sake.
Yeah. I posted this on the weekend. Higgins' attorney said he could handle it in 10 seconds on minutes, but I get it, Jim. Kim, but Higgins says no conversation, 22 seconds. the lawyer, his lawyer said, I can deal with this in 10 seconds. So,
Yeah.
Hey, Wendy. TV just tweeted a bunch of teams in court. He thinks the kids will testify today, which we won't see.
Yeah, I'm kind of hearing that too myself. We don't know yet.
So,
but if that is the case, there, Dylan, we're not going to be able to hear anything, right?
Nope, it's just reporters. We have to rely on
full standby.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be long, though. I don't think they'll be long.
Yeah.
But I just think it's a shitty move to bring the kids on. I don't think they should have brought the kids on. Especially we were speaking offline about this. It's 2.5 years ago. Who knows what they've been filling their heads with? Do they even know that Karen wasn't allowed to contact them and stuff like that? It's
right.
I just think it's they shouldn't be testifying. I don't think so anyway. Personally.
Right.
Let me just refresh this to see. Right, hang on. Question here again. Can I get a request to close court at noon today? I'm going to the Chocolate Museum in Orlando. I won't be able to watch. Doesn't hurt for me to try. Well done, Florida Tim.
Well, I mean, it may shut down for the kids for a while. Florida Tim.
Lou says, could the FBI proffer be about using the machine to extract the text strings? It's a federal offense, but they have agreed not to prosecute. Possibly, I could be totally wrong. Just
to recap on this proffer. A proffer is not about any specific item. Okay, you can't pick and choose what you're going to talk. It's either all or none. All right. So that's the deal on that. He obviously went in for a reason. Yeah. All right. He didn't come. He wasn't forthcoming. I guess that's the only thing. He clearly did not get a plea agreement, right? And it went south on him. And now he's doubled down. He is absolutely doubled down. So,
hey, once we got a time here, let's go. So someone bought a coffee on Friday. Thank you I did email you to say thank you. And also Gary T bought coffee and breakfast and Mike's lunch. There we go, Gary T. Thank you so much for the coffee. And thank you Friday to someone who bought coffee as well. Thank you so much for your generosities.
Nice.
Right, let me put this here. Right, what's the next question? Crafty Cow's got a question whilst I see it here. Is there a chance we could hear them like the Zachariah Anderson trial? We heard the daughter for it. We did. No, we're not going to hear them.
We won't hear any audio.
No.
Really?
So what she's referencing is that in the Zachariah Anderson case, we didn't see his daughter testify, but we heard her. Allegedly, the motion is that we can't hear, we can't do anything, only court reported. But they might have changed. We know this court changes like the wind. So who knows?
You never know.
O says, if feds did investigation, why haven't they charged anyone? Not enough evidence, question mark.
No, don't read into that. The specific reason. Let me tell you right now, they have enough for a conspiracy, without a doubt. And that's like pulling the trigger in a homicide. The conspiracy to kill someone and homicide carry the same weight. But just because they haven't charged anyone means absolutely nothing. Listen, we know how investigations go, all right? There's always reasons why it takes longer, and who knows what those reasons are. But in this particular, I'm going to call it piece of the pie of their investigation, it's done. It's all done. They're sitting back waiting. And let's face it, other than economics, there's no reason to charge anyone. I mean, unfortunately for poor Karen, she's getting drained. Every minute of this trial drains every bit of money she has. But she's going to be a very rich woman in the future.
Checker said, I think AJ is involved in another case in Cali. Another reason Aunt Bev said Higgins need to be done on Friday.
Well, I think what happened was, you're right. No. He hasn't seen his kids in over, 3 weeks, right? And so he figured he'd be done Friday, right? Take advantage of the long weekend. And I believe he was supposed to come back on Wednesday anyways. Couldn't come back for the cross. So they went up on Friday and questioned Karen and said, are you okay with this? And she was absolutely. So that's the deal on that.
Gudrun, hello from Germany. Hello. Guten Tag. PA, hello to you as well. Sheila, good morning to you. Question from Perry. Why did Higgins discard his phone on a military base? Is the trash on bases incinerated and not dumped for security reasons? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously he's allowed to go to the commissary there. I don't know. Maybe did he buy the new phone there? I don't know. But the bottom line is he destroyed that phone. Brian Albert destroyed his phone. All right. And,
I don't know.
and, everything's sus on that. Like he said, I want to suss out what she was getting to. No, you didn't, Higgins. Not now. Not back then you didn't, Higgins. You were like, oh my God, I can't believe this hot woman is coming on to me. Ego buster, right? Anyways, we don't know, but they were tipped off to that order. Clearly they were tipped off.
Yes, the only day today. We have got then the rest of the week off. Just a quick plug from me. So obviously tonight, go and watch Sean's channel, 6 o'clock for a recap. So tomorrow, I'm coming back tomorrow. No Sean tomorrow, people. No Sean tomorrow. Just me. Hopefully somebody come and join. I'm going to do this same as we usually do in the morning for an hour or so.
Oh, nice.
And I'm going to do a little recap for myself
Good for you.
9 o'clock. Probably going to go into talk a little bit about the charges, a few things about the judge and stuff like that. So probably for an hour. So probably doing
I can be in the chat. I can be in the chat. And
you can be in the chat, yes.
Super stickers and all that stuff.
There you go. I'm just trying to do something different. Once this is done, I'm trying to think ahead. What do we do after this trial is done? So hopefully I can continue doing this sort of thing for people. So please, please, please come here at 8 o'clock tomorrow Eastern. If you want to have a shout out, ask questions, just same as here. I know Sean won't be here, but you still come along and ask your questions. Right. At 9 o'clock, I'll do some stuff about the charges and things like that. People have been asking me about the charges. And then on Friday, I'm going to do the same again, an hour in the morning. Then I've got the Nikolai Mew sentencing from about 9:30. If you don't know Nikolai Mew, he was found guilty of alleviating somebody, this youngster in the river up in Minneapolis, that area, Wisconsin area, and his charges have been dealt with on Friday. So I'm going to stream that, and then Monday we're back to normal. Sean,
all right,
the Dream Team is back to normal.
That'll be the ticket. Then I think there's some other off days too coming up, right?
Yeah.
Someone put a schedule up. Amazing.
So yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Thank you, Callie. Thank you, Sheila. Will you cover the Cerebral? So my plan is to cover it, right? Unfortunately, I don't know when the date's going to be. So Cerebral keeps being delayed and delayed and delayed. I've got some very keen mods that want me to cover it, so I will be covering it if time allows me to cover it. I'm not sure. People are asking as well, what's my next trial? I don't know. It depends when this trial finishes. My whole focus is on this trial. After that, then we'll see. And I'm obviously going to do some stuff. I want to do the Brian Walsh case, even though I think he's guilty as sin. I think Judge Bev is the judge. Some of the Trooper Proctor is involved in the
Yuri's there.
That's why I want to cover it, because it's like, I know he's guilty, but I want justice for Anna Walsh. So I think it's important, especially Sean. I gained, as you know, probably about 4,000 new subscribers from this case alone, from the Boston area and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I feel I should cover it, So
maybe you can be like the DUI guy and make a special appearance.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Right. Come on over.
Yeah, I want to come over. I want to come over. Definitely. Di, I'm only doing a couple of hours from about 8 to 10 tomorrow, I think, Di. But thank you, my friend. Anyway, Di. Next week, though, we'll get you on. I'm trying to get Dana on next week as well in one of the lunchtimes. Dana from Resistance to Silence. Hopefully he joins me. And obviously we'll get Di back on. You guys love these guys. And always trying to get guests. David Cullinane was supposed to join us today. I'm not sure if he's going to join us. If you don't know who Dave Cullinane is, people, he used to work for Barstool Sports with Kirk Minahan. Him and Kirk did a podcast on Sandra Birchmore. They did a deep dive into that. There's like several episodes about it, which hopefully after this trial is done, we'll get Dave back on to talk about Sandra Birchmore. There's so much to do, Sean, and very little time.
Yeah, I believe that Sandra Birchmore case is going to heat up big time.
Yeah, after this.
The whole thing up.
Yeah. Luby, Dylan, do you think guilty or not guilty for me? Oh my God, this. Do you know what, Luby? That trial on. So just to give you context, right, Sean? It's a self-defense case, right?
Okay.
And it's 13 people. Well, it depends on who you speak to, right? This guy killed a 17-year-old, right? There were a bunch of youngsters involved who were under the age of 18, and then a bunch of women and stuff as well.
Was that the guy in the water with the knife?
Yes.
I saw clips of that, but I didn't understand what the hell was going on.
It's the most polarizing thing. If I'm a juror, I think I would probably have gone guilty.
Was it self-defense?
Well, so the only reason I say it possibly is now self-defense is because listening to other lawyers talk about what self-defense is. Joe, I don't think you can celebrate a guilty or not guilty there. I am on the fence with it. So it was a first degree intentional, which I would have said not guilty for, right? But they put in extra charges, which is why I want to cover Karen's charges tomorrow. And in those, he was found guilty, where I can see why he was found guilty. It's just...
Well, here's the thing. A body has been killed, right? A body's dead. Someone has to be responsible for that. And that's why there's varying degrees from murder to manslaughter, right?
Yes.
I mean, you know...
I think he's, you know, he could be found... It's, for me, what doesn't sit well with me, Luby, is the other people involved as well, the antagonizing element of it as well.
Right.
If him being found guilty, I'm a little bit like, oh, if he was found not guilty, I'd be like, oh.
But was he assaulted? Did they push him around, beat him?
So this is where it's contentious, because people say he approached them first and stuff like that. But then technically, by law, he walked away, technically, right? But whether you think that or not, that's where debates can happen. He then came back in and they engaged with him. Now, they put their hands on him, but then he allegedly, what the jury said is they felt that he punched the girl, and then that's where it all started off, and punches, he was pushing the water, and
did he, was there a knife involved?
He had a knife in his pocket, brought it out.
You know, that's probably where he crossed the line, right? Because it looks like he, you know, the thing is, are you in fear of your life? I don't know.
Joe, let's get off it. This is such a contentious subject. So I was watching Peter. Hello, Elise, by the way. I was watching Peter Tragos about this, and he said this trial, the Nikolai Miu one, he said, is the most divided trial he has ever seen in his life. You're either 100% guilty or 100% not guilty. It's so hard. So, man, I've had sleepless nights over this. I don't know.
Well, like I said, in this case, the Karen Reed case, it's clear John was killed, but he wasn't killed by Karen. That's the thing. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I will. Will one of you read the live tweets if the kids? Yes, we will. GM. What I'll do is I'll have it up here. We'll refresh you with Ted and everybody. Beautiful. Good morning, Earthly, as well. Rolling Stones, hello. How we doing? Anna Walsh case. There we are. Yeah, I really want to cover that one. I really want to get into it. He's an art thief as well. Yeah, there's lots to it. Morning, Paula. Potty Mouth. Now, Potty Mouth, this woman, right, has been so quiet the last few streams.
I haven't seen one bad word from her at all.
I know. Get your game together, Heather. Come on, Heather. Peggy's gifted 20 alternate corner memberships. Thank you, Peggy. That's fucking way too generous. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's way great. Too kind. Thank you. Gigi, hang on. Gigawatts, where I'm from, we call ATF a Saturday night. Hang on, wait, let me go with the court. I'm waiting for a stream to start. Court TV. Hang on, there we go. I got one here. Let me just put the stream up first. Someone bought me a coffee. Thank you so much for buying me coffee, whoever that was. You didn't put your name to it, so I don't know who you are. I'll have to go in the back to thank you via email. Here we go. 2 seconds. Let me just get this up. Shit. I'm not going on Law and Crime because they keep cutting off. On the Friday, the volume went off. So
really?
I'm trying Court TV today to see if anything goes wrong with it. I'll jump on another one.
Does Court TV cover it gavel to gavel, or they do commercials?
So they used to do commercials. Now this one, I hope it does gavel to gavel. If they do, we'll find another stream.
Right.
I'll be prepped for if
No, it looks
one
like-
advert comes, I'm gone.
Right. Fox 25 seems to, it seems, but their volume's kind of low too. I don't know what the hell's going on, but
Dr.
happy
Point with a 10. Darlene, you can say buenos dias.
buen dia. Good day.
Good day to you.
Buen dia, muchachos.
There you go. I know people talk about Nicola May. I'm not putting your chats up, guys. I don't think I'm being disrespectful. It's just toxic. I don't want toxicity about it.
What do you mean?
Nikolai Mew. Once you mention Nikolai Mew, you've got the camp who's staunch guilty, camp who's staunch self-defense.
Right.
I've been through it. Look, he's been found guilty. It is what it is. We've got sentencing tomorrow.
What's he looking at?
I think minimum. I think 25 years. I think.
Wow.
I think. Wow. I'm not sure it's a minimum.
The victim, was he the more aggressive? Was that victim? Was it a girl or a guy?
Guy.
And was he the more aggressor?
Hey, Leo. Well, I mean, it depends what you think is aggressor. I mean, because the aggression for most people think that he wasn't. There was another guy who was more aggressive, and people say Nikolai May was the aggressor. And this is where it goes to where the lines are, what self-defense is, and stuff. Right. This is why it's so toxic. And I watched with Tragos, and he was like the commentary, and his chat was just like 50-50.
Yeah,
I think in the end it's 55% not guilty, but he's like, "Fucking hell, this is highly toxic." So I don't like it. So.
I think that's a new way these things are going in trials. Even even Melanie Little was saying, more and more trials go on, the more people are getting onto it, and they're more divisive. Yeah,
and also when it comes to trials, right? I 100%. Whatever your opinion is, I love it, right? But we've gone from that trial now. This is why I should have mentioned it, because we've gone from it. We've dealt with it.
Did you cover it?
I covered it, yeah. So I knew about it. I knew about it in advance. I thought I might be the only one covering it. Then after the first day, everybody on YouTube covered it because it's such a toxic trial. So everybody covered it.
How much play is Karen Reed getting? I mean, we're covering it because now, I mean, if I was
loads,
obviously I'd be doing what everyone else is doing. I mean, I'd be checking in, like for instance, like the Rittenhouse case. I would find it on Riccietta Law. I would watch him. Yeah. But I would go to these chats, which was great, and he'd have all his lawyer friends on. The same thing with, what was the but I'd be doing that. I wonder how it's like out in Oregon. Is this case just a YouTube case, or is it being? I know Fox News picked it up. The national news picked it up. I listened to Mercedes Schlapp, I guess her name is, or Mercedes something. She was given a dissertation about the case too. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is everywhere. It depends. It's mostly I know it's on YouTube. I don't know about everything else, So I don't know for you guys out there. Here in the UK, it's mostly obviously just It's in some of the press, I believe, but most of it's on YouTube. Yeah,
sure. Well, it's when you do think about this case, the idea is a Boston cop being found on the lawn of another Boston cop after a party. If you put all the circumstances together, right, just circumstantially, you have to look at what happened in that house circumstantially.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
9 o'clock, Del. We're just waiting for the court.
Yeah.
It's now back to live. Just wait for the court. Guys, I'm just dodging all the Mew stuff. I'm not even getting engaged.
Good call.
Let's concentrate on Karen Reed, yeah? Let's just, if you want to go toxic, do it on Friday. Let's concentrate on Karen Reed. She's what's important here. So, hello, Josie, my darling. Hope you're well.
Good morning, Josie.
Jonesy. Hello, Jonesy. Sally Yellow's in the house as well. Look at this.
We got movement. The camera guy moved it.
I know. How about the Ford Edge, Lucky says, prevented him from ploughing on his third trip? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I mean, there's tons of stuff to look at. It really is.
So yeah, this is interesting because they need to turn the fan on to get. So Jura got ill on Friday. They nearly fainted. So they must be super hot. Tangled Tiara, can you explain what a voir dire is?
A voir dire.
For a deer.
Basically, what they want to do is they remove the jury, and the lawyers have a point they want to explore more. Right? The judge doesn't think it should come in. The defense said, "Hey, listen, I want to show you why I think." And I mean, this is not really the technical legalese type thing, but basically what he wants to show the judge is that by my questioning, you're going to see why I want to address this topic. So they do a voir dire. It's kind of how they peel back the onion. So the judge says, "Okay, yeah, okay, you made your point. We'll handle it." Or she can say, "Nope, sorry, you didn't make your point." So.
Florida Tim says law and crime is a better stream. So I'll be honest with you, Tim. The reason I always agree with you, but law and crime's crashed 4 times since this trial has been on, and on Friday the volume dropped significantly, so I had to switch streams quickly. So I'm losing trust with it. I could try law and crime, people. I can try it. It just keeps crashing. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'll try it if people want me to. It's not a problem. Heather Taylor, I'm back today, friends. Friday was frustrating going through the mount. I thought she was going through the motions. She's going through the mountains and losing service. Camping was interesting, windy, but interesting. There we are. Lovely camping. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Nice.
Karen Reed is all over TikTok. I saw your TikTok, Elisa. Thanks for posting that.
Don't forget Nurse Kim. Nurse Kim is all over TikTok with this too.
There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Rachel said corruption is showing more and more because of channels like this. Thank goodness for this. Imagine all the innocent lives that have been convicted and the public never heard about it. I've covered a few. I tend to try and cover those that go unheard of. You'd be surprised. There's so many out there, people. There's people. I would love to see more focus on the Sandra Birchmore's case. There will be. I can guarantee once Karen Reed's done, a lot of streamers will just jump on the Sandra Birchmore stream with that. I've done 2 episodes. I will do a few more episodes on it, and I'll push now and again. But yeah, I only think that you can only do so much for it. We need to push to make sure that there's an investigation at the bare minimum on that one. Rakita Lawyer, I know he's in trouble. I'm not covering that. I don't know enough about him or that. Most people in Michigan don't know about this case. I've tried to talk to Elisa. Okay.
Huh.
Bev likes to start late and end exactly on time. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
She starts late but ends exactly on time.
Power play for a judge.
Yeah. Mrs. Ash, hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Right. I'm the KGS Greenland. I don't know what you're agreeing for, but thank you, KGS. I love when people agree. I have no idea what, but thank you very much. Hey, Diane. Hello, my darling. Ronnie, hello. Right, Crafty Cow says 871 people here, only 468 likes. Wow. What's going on? What's going on?
Where is he? I gotta find him.
We need to make sure people. We had nearly 1,200. Oh, we had 1,200 likes.
Yeah, what happened? Video. What happened? I mean, this is going to be an epic day too. This is going to be like the real hammer going to be dropped on him now. Yeah,
but people not you. What's going on?
I hate the fact that she puts time limits. I mean, she really. You can't say that. One more question, right? I mean, you can't say that.
Not like that. No.
I mean, come on.
Elise says. The owner of the plough company, who was a Campton cop, told the plough driver never speak to the body on the Boston cop lawn. You'll be out of a job.
That's true. That's what I'm hearing, Elise. I mean, but getting the proof and getting the people to get on the stand. I mean, a lot of hearsay stuff going on, but what can you do?
Michelle says, Sean, will feds bring a oh, they're back. They're in after this trial.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt, Michelle. Absolutely. They didn't work this hard for nothing.
Right, let's go, people.
There's Jim.
Right, Council Cyber. Right, people want me to do law and crime. So, okay, I'll do law and crime. But people, let me just tell you, when it crashes, don't blame me. I do agree it's better, but it keeps crashing.
Isn't it the same camera?
Yes, but it's different feet, different hole to it, if that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense.
It doesn't really make sense. I don't know what you meant.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Wow. You missed a lot.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete. I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant, and I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. May I approach? Yes. Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would have.
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
Cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
You raised your right hand.
That's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes.
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone?
Yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir. It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand. But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my trash.
And then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive to a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time?
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
But so that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to back there, specifically the back page. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Camden Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Camden Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Camden Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get him moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing. Unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to that, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that? Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding? Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Hall.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area. Is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a document to place one for you. If you could just take a look at that when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Holloway.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records.
Objection. Formal question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion? Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It was about 2 months after that.
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
Because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much, in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often? Let me ask you this: when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Do you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
One moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Well, sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sure. Oh my.
Yes. I would have done something. Oh, really? Yeah. Right.
And oh my God, are the jurors to believe, right, that okay, you don't have pickup for trash, which I've never heard of before.
I've never heard of that.
Have I? But why don't you just walk down the road and put in someone's garbage?
Right. Exactly. No.
Why do you have to drive to a military base to do that?
Why is he fighting his own words? He testified. He knows what he did with that phone. I mean, you can't have lapse of memory. If I would have, well, dude, let me tell you something. It's not that hard, but you have to physically put a thing in, like a paper clip or something, get that SIM card out, right? I mean, he knows exactly what he did.
And wait 2 months. We found out that I was exposed 2 months, and then you wait 2 months.
I'd love to find out. I hope Yannetti hits him. He's got to hit him on this shit. He really does.
Yeah, but also I don't think he's believable. None of this is believable. But
No,
I don't think. Right. If a logical person, can go through this, and I know we're biased, but a logical person will look at this and go, yeah, but no pickup for that. But no one would just drive off to. Right. It just doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
It just doesn't make sense. Jennifer Money, I
agree. It's a very convenient, issue. I don't have it. I live in Sandwich, Mass. I don't have trash pick. What do you have to? You have to pay for a service in the Cape. I don't know about that.
But even
you pay
if you
taxes,
did,
right? You pay taxes in Sandwich.
Well, here we go.
Here we go. Oh, he's tapped her on the back. You got it.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on?
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Oh, you did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022. I was so concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them?
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that might have been
5 minutes ago?
Might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
Good ending.
Yeah, very good ending. I still would have asked him, if you cared for Karen, why didn't you, if you were so embarrassed, right? Why didn't you at least give her a text to console her? He's embarrassed, right? He knew he broke the code. He knows it.
Yeah.
He knows it now. He didn't give a shit back then. Right?
Well, he was thinking with the wrong head. He's thinking with the wrong head.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, come on. He's not that bright. He's not that bright.
No,
he's not. And here's the other thing. You're undercover. You don't hang around with cops. If you're undercover, this kid's living a fantasy world, right? If you're undercover, the last thing you want to do is to be seen, by accident, hanging with cops. And that's all he did. He hung with cops.
Yeah.
He hung with Brian Albert. He hung with friggin' Kevin Albert. He hung with all these guys, drinking up a storm. I don't care where you're at. You're undercover. You wipe yourself clean. You do heat runs all day long. Make sure no one's following you. He's full of shit. I'm telling you. He's
First,
full
we're
of
going to
shit.
take a 10-minute recess. You are unmuted.
All rise to the court, please.
Okay, we'll see what they will discuss something on the record here then. Oops.
Yeah, but getting back to him, I mean, listen, I was embarrassed. I'm not proud of myself. Right. Because he probably took a bunch of shit after his testimony on Friday. Right? He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly. That's why he gave up those texts. Right? And I guarantee that's all Brian Albert. Save those texts. That's going to be beautiful. Brian Albert, he's no spring chicken to this shit. I can tell you that right now.
No, I agree.
You may be seated, close this.
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. Well, and by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Football rise.
So, okay, we can end that there then because
sure,
for a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
so yeah, go on.
You know, going through the base, I get that. I get going through the base, but to think anyone who lives in the Cape, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you own your property. Most people rent their properties out, right? If you live in the Cape sometimes, right? For those months, you can get all kinds of money. You tell me those people don't get trash? Trash pickup?
Jen Manning sent me this. No person shall remove or transport garbage, offal, or other offensive substances through the streets of any city or town without first obtaining a permit from the Board of Health of such city or town, provided, however, that no rules or regulations shall restrict the hours of the day when garbage or other something. So you just need a permit.
Well, he got rid of those phones on that military base because he probably figured the feds or anyone would never look in the trash from a military base.
True. Before we move on for a second, Sean, let me just, because we got a second here, so let's do your favorite bit.
Here you go.
So thank you to somebody who bought a coffee. You guys are awesome. Thank you, someone. If you don't put your names down, we don't know. I can look at the back end and send an email to say thank you, which I will do to whoever this person is. Wendy, oh, hello,
Wendy.
Bought 3 coffees. Thank you. Thanks for all you do, Delano. Thank you, Wendy, for being here. And thank you for always sharing the links and stuff on going through the motions. It's easier for me because if I do it, Sean, I then have to rely on one of your mods to do it. It's like, I don't want to be a pain, but Wendy's a godsend. She just does it automatically for me. So,
Wendy and Mike, good people.
Mike's great as well. And Mike tagged me in a post, actually. I hadn't seen the post Wendy posted, and Mike tagged me in it a few days later, and I saw it. So thank you, Mike, as well for that. Right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to be having Twitter.
Guess we're going to be, right, we're going to be at the mercy of the X-Files.
Sean, we are family. Let's go.
I've got all my sisters with me.
Whoa, yeah, baby. We are family. Yeah. Woohoo. Love it. Right. Let's get it on. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. God.
Here we go.
So, I mean, yeah, but getting back to Higgins, obviously, I just got a text from someone and just basically said, Higgins is so full of shit, man.
Yeah.
And she would know. No, listen, listen, it is what it is. I mean, he's going to get hammered at some point. He will.
Yeah. He could be recalled and everything. So Gary, I feel sorry for them. They should not be testifying whatsoever. These children,
Yeah.
they had nothing to do with
And
this.
how low the Commonwealth has to step to make this case. Really?
Yeah.
All right. So it's what's it? Is today 18? Day 18 or day 18, right?
18.
Still, we haven't seen anything. Zip. That implicates Karen. Nothing. Zero.
The only thing the kids are for, hello, observer, disparage Karen. They saw anything relating to the alleged hit and run. It's just, I agree. Wendy says, we won't hear or know any of the students. So I think the journalists are allowed to tweet.
Yeah.
So I've got the tweets ready. Right. I've got Fall River reporter, Ted Daniel, Sue O'Connell. Is Eden there? I'm not sure if Eden's there today or not.
He said he was supposed to be there.
So what will happen is once they start tweeting, I'll put this. So how it'll work, people, is I will put this like that, and I'll refresh it. It'll come up as notifications. Have I got anything bad on my notifications? I hope not. No, it doesn't look like I do. And then, oops, don't go to home, just in case. So I got notifications on these people. So every time one of these people tweets, it'll come here, and I'll just press refresh, and then we'll see the tweet. So it'll come up here every time.
That's awesome.
So we'll just do that. But until then, what we'll do is we will put that. Oops, not that one. That one for a second. Also, can I ask people a favor as well? Can you make sure that you keep an eye out on court? So once it's done, so I know court's back and stuff like that.
I don't see how they will. They won't be on long. Well, they could be. They could set up. Tell us about your early life. I hope they don't get.
I know. Just get in. Just yeah.
I hope not.
They shouldn't be more than 10, 15 minutes long. Do you know what I mean? They shouldn't be, because what Lally, stop saying going. No, but as people said, Lally's just looking for sympathy.
You just don't.
He wants to tease.
You don't know what Lally's going to do. The Lally factor. You never know.
Yeah, he just wants the tears. Also, it's one of those things as well where people keep reporting from court saying how Peggy O'Keefe is crying all the time. The jury just focusing on her. Well, they shouldn't be like every sympathy in the world for Peggy O'Keefe.
Right.
But she shouldn't be in court because it's taken away from the testimony. It's taken away from Karen and stuff. So this is just another dirty tactic by the Commonwealth. This is what they do when they got nothing.
Yeah.
So today is a full day, Luby.
Full day. Wow.
Na. Full day.
I wonder who's coming up after the kids.
Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that would make sense, I guess.
I don't know, Jody. I don't know if he's in court or not today. I don't know what's going on for Christmas.
Well, they're definitely going to be coached. There's no doubt about that, Jody. No doubt.
Yeah, they're definitely coached. But they shouldn't even be there. Do you know what I mean? They shouldn't. I totally disagree with children being involved like this. It's poor Karen. We said this earlier on, and I said it to you offline. We do not know what they've been told by the family. We don't even know if they know that Karen couldn't contact them at all. So what's going on in their heads? I don't know. I don't know. So
yeah, it's good. This has got to be excruciating for those kids. It has to be. They got to relive this whole thing again. Yeah.
Stop screen for a second. Aiden is there. I'll put Aiden on notifications as well. Then.
Wow.
Notifications. So Aiden's one of my notifications. So we've got 4 people now. Then, actually, I've got Dave Portman as well. But Ted Daniel, Fall River reporter, Sue Connell, and Aiden are the 4 people notification. Obviously, it's going to be the same thing, but I mean, we'll see. Hi, Amanda. I think we should be able to hear audio for kids at least.
We should hear the audio, right?
Yeah, but we're not yet. But she's ruled against it. No, I agree with that. I just don't think they should be at all. But because they are, you should hear the audio. Eric Hack, look at this. Did Bev grant the motion limine to allow Lally leading questions? I know.
Did
I agree, Jody.
so they didn't say 2 juveniles. They just said 1 juvenile, right?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Your next witness is a juvenile. I guess, she could have probably said the next 2, but maybe they're only going to put 1 on. You never know.
Those 2 of them. Well, 2. Ted Daniels has said here, this is the beauty of having people there.
Okay.
Higgins is excused judge. Hang on, let me make this bigger. That's what she said. Right. I'll go back down a little bit there. So Higgins is excused. Judge sends jury out for 10 minutes. Minor children will be next to testify. The stream will be turned off during the testimony to protect them. This is the right call. No, the right call, Ted, is not have them testify in the first place. Okay, lots of activity just outside the courtroom. Paul O'Keefe and his wife stepped out for a minute. Judge is telling jurors there will be a 10-minute recess. Judge has asked if there will be minors testify next, and he said there is. We're back in 10 minutes. So there we go. We'll be having it like that, people. So so you know what we're going to be doing. Lisa, was that SIM card and phone found by the feds? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
No.
I don't think they, so that was, we're talking what? September of 2022. I can tell you right now, they had it all by March, April of 2022. They didn't, he could have done anything he wanted, right? It doesn't matter. They got it.
Yeah. Just inform them we'll not be able to live tweet. Oh, so they're not live tweeting.
Oh my God.
Live tweet anything while children are on the stand. We will shortly be going dark, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Hear anything. There you go. Sorry, Dave. I didn't see your question. Rewrite there. I didn't see it. Sorry. But hello, hamburger. So, yeah, there you go.
Well, we're going to have nothing then. Could shortly be going dark.
Wow. So there's no tweets and people.
Wow.
They will, Raoul. Everyone else will be there. Everyone. Yeah, it's so up until now they were allowed to, so it's just a last minute decision.
That's interesting.
Aiden has posted. Oh no. I think Aiden just posted. We were just told that they were not allowed to live report or use computers or phones while the minors are testifying. Other reports believe they are interpreting the order incorrectly, as this seems a huge First Amendment violation. We are allowed to take notes, pen to paper. Okay, so they'll be allowed to tell us afterwards, but not during, essentially. So this is just stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lou's right. We'll get a rundown afterwards. We'll get a rundown. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what there, Dylan. I'm gonna jump off real quick, but I will definitely be back. And then I'll see you in a few minutes, okay?
That's all good. Go and get your coffee. Buddy. Go and prepare.
Yeah.
No worries, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Right. Okay, so this is annoying. So we don't have any live tweets. Jesus. This is awful. Awful, I tell thee. Right. Hang on. Whilst we're waiting then, because I need to keep you entertained. Shall we keep you entertained? We shall keep you entertained. Right. This is diabolical. Let me go and search something here, because this is something I was replaying at the time, but hang on then. Where's Friday? Friday. Okay. I want to play this, right? This is from Friday. I I wasn't going to play it now, but might as well play. I think it's about 10 minutes, 15 minutes of it. Do not bite me for this because I didn't. I agree, Elizabeth. It's low. Sorry if I missed questions. Dave, I missed some questions. I don't know. Yeah. Right. Stop that then. Let's see if this is it. Okay, so I'm going to play this about. This is a view by the judge. I love Andrea Burka, and she's got this view about what happened on Friday. The cross shouldn't take more than. We shouldn't be out for more than half an hour max, people. Let me just play this. This is about quarter of an hour video. Let me just tee it up. So this is from Friday, and I like this.
We all know better than this.
Because she speaks about the judge. She speaks about the judge and some of her actions. So let's listen to this. I hope I've teed it up well. I was going to do this another time, but I'll do it now.
Please, it's very important. Do not discuss this
Cut
case
that
with
right
anyone.
off.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it.
It is transcribed. But the problem is we just don't get to see it. We will we will get to see it in like 8 months' time or something, but we won't get to see it.
See you on Tuesday. Tuesday would be a full day.
Goodbye.
You gonna get anything else here? So back on Tuesday for a full day.
You can follow them, yes.
Well, we get to it. I don't know where to
All right,
start.
so I will see counsel at sidebar, Tori.
You know,
Here we go.
I've given Judge Bev quite a lot of benefit of the doubt throughout this. This is not good. No, this is not good. When the witness is looking at you, pleading at you to fix it for him because you fixed so many of these questions and stuff, and he's giving the answers to you and you're letting him explain. Cutting somebody off in the cross-exam on a material issue purely for time reasons doesn't fly. Doesn't fly, especially not when the Commonwealth has absolutely wasted.
In an effort to try to prompt the conversation.
I'll get back to that. Let's see. Some people say Commonwealth not calling. Is that you making it up, Del? You making that up now, Del? How is reporting the testimony not a violation? Absolutely, Miss Lynn. Hopefully they rectify this. Afternoon from school. Hey, Miss Wee Lassie, in and out of the mow, setting up a wee greenhouse. I love a. Hey, we all love a wee greenhouse, Miss Wee Lassie. Bev, the evil doppelganger. So this is why I want to play this, right? Because those that don't know, right, Andrea Burka is a top lawyer. She's from the Seattle, Washington area. And she is quite scathing towards Judge Bev here. So forgive me, I have clipped this already to play another point, but because we've got a breakdown, I'm like, fuck, I better play something. So I wanted to hear like 5-10 minutes of her, what she thinks of Bev. Jodie Lee, Dylan, I love how interactive you are with all of us. No problems, not just those that buy things from you. That's true. My husband was in a motorcycle accident. Oh my God, so sorry to hear that. So money's really tight for us right now. Jodie Lee, first of all, Send our love to your husband. I hope he's okay. That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he's okay. But yeah, shit, that is crap. But also, yeah, I obviously miss people, so forgive me when I miss you. But I do try and get it up. It's not about, obviously, look, money's important because obviously this is how I make my living. But the chat comes first. If there's none of you chatting, then there is nothing. So this is why I always prioritize chat. This is why people hate me because, well, not people hate me, but a lot of people don't like the fact that I say hello to everyone. But I just feel I have to say hello to everyone because without you guys, there's no stream. So that's why I do it. So I'm grateful to you and send our best to your husband there. Diamond Dave, pickup of trash. Other towns require you to have your own trash pickup. Aiden is in the courtroom and will be on X reporting testimony as it goes. But unless he's posted something now, hang on. No, he's not allowed to. He hasn't tweeted. So Aiden can't tweet anything about it. He's not allowed to tweet anything, Paula. He'll probably cover it on stream tonight or tweet about it afterwards. Right, so let's go back to this for a second. It's only about 10 minutes, but this is Andrew's thoughts on Judge Bev.
To continue, did you not?
Wasted so much of this time, and you're going to cut the defense off in their cross-examination of this guy who's doing some pretty serious consciousness of guilt stuff and saying
a lot of people say that about me. It'll be quick. I know, mister. I'm teasing, joking.
it's okay. I have a right to do that because the order was already denied. Oof. No, this is not good. And all of the nitpicking of the form of the questions. No. Nope. I am on board with Bev was really running interference with that witness. That was
running interference with that witness. Why? Because he kept looking at her. Am I supposed to answer this? And she's like, "Oh, I'll give you that one, wherever." She's basically, Andrew saying she's helping Lally, and essentially, what the judge is doing right now is a disgrace.
Not. That was just not good. The nitpicky about the form is one of those things that is, first off,
motherfucker, what's wrong now?
Since nobody is having to state the basis for your objection, nobody knows what the problem is with the form that you're identifying here. Is the form assuming facts not in evidence? Is the form improper hypothetical? Is the form argumentative? We don't know. And he gets to ask hard questions during cross-examination. He gets to characterize things and ask the witness if the witness accepts that characterization or disputes it. This is the nature of confrontation. And all of this very ambiguous nitpicking over the form of the question on cross-examination over and over and over again, interfering with the questions, interfering with the flow, taking up the time that you are harshly now going to limit in his ability to ask these questions and follow up with something that sounds pretty important about prior testimony. That does not fly with me at all. That does not fly with me at all. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This is not a good judge. This is not a judge I want to be in front of as a defense lawyer. If that's how she's behaving.
But isn't that something? This is an attorney saying, "I would not want to, be up in her court." This is, and she's not the only one. I mean, there's other attorneys out there now calling Bev out about how awful she is. This is not like, this is awful. Bev should be embarrassed.
The big question is, why is this not being applied equally, this standard, to the state, to the Commonwealth? Well, only possible reason is just because the defense is not objecting to it. But boy, every frickin' question out of Mr. Lally's mouth has a problem with the form. It's leading, it's vague, it's confusing, it doesn't make any sense.
Right, I got so many tabs open. That's why it's a struggle here. Struggle City here right now. I got way too many tabs open. Sorry, Andrea. Right, I'll stop Andrea there because essentially, I just want to show you that bit. Andrea Burkas is saying it. You've got NED Baker saying how bad the judge is. You got Peter Tragos and his recaps is like baffled with all her decisions, to the extent where it's like, what the F are we doing here? The whole thing about the harassment bits, if you remember, that came in. Peter Tragos is like, what, like, his opinion, and obviously his opinion, you know, was the fact that at the end of the day, Lally opened the door, not the defense. So, it's tough. What kind of grandparents? They would have to agree to this as well. They would have to agree to this as well. I do not see what benefit these children bring to it. Nothing. They weren't there on the night. There's nothing. You could say the niece, because she was interacting with her phone and stuff like that, maybe. But that's all you need. Why are you going to now discuss Aruba, their relationship? Was she a bitch? Was it, you know? I just think it's prejudicial towards Cara. I don't agree with this at all. Hey, Amy. Amy in Boston, how we doing? Park the car, Amy. Park the car. Park the car and join us, Amy. Hope you're well. Gary, it's all everyone's opinion. So what I do, Gary, is my thing is this, right? I stream all day, obviously with Sean. We do Sean, Morning Club, do this all day. Then I tend to then jump on to Emily D. Baker's because what she's good at, she's got summaries, like 10, 15-minute summaries at the end of each day. So I just go back, watch that 10 minutes, end it. Then I jump on Andrea Burkhardt stream, not on her stream, and I'll watch like 10 minutes of hers, and then I'll watch Sean at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then I watch Peter Tragos then the very next day in the morning over breakfast, and that's my kind of routine. There's so many other people you can watch. Obviously, Manny Little, The Glera, you know, Young Jerks as well. Sorry, Young Jerks. He's got a great show as well with the attorney as well. I try and catch that when I can as well. He's awesome. So I try and catch bits. I do. I just can't see it all. Do you know what I mean? So, I am, honey. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. I parked the car and I'm here. I've been down to Worcester, Peabody, past Peabody, went down to Worcester, parked the car. Dana's here somewhere. He'd be proud of me with these accents as well. Linz, good morning from Seattle area. Love Andrea B. I've just found you during this trial, but loving you. Thank you, Linz. Like, I'm not here. I'm not a lawyer. I just talk shit because of what? I got a mic, so I'm allowed to. But I genuinely think with this trial, you should jump around. Boom, boom, jump around. Who loves that song? Whoop, jump, jump, jump around. Jump, jump, jump around. Do you remember that song? Maybe not. Okay. I just think you could take away so much from other people. I always just think of it as a juror. I cover trials every single day. So I got a good knowledge as a jury setting, but maybe not the legal basis of everything. Because I don't fully understand why Bev is sustaining certain things, and some of it's obviously hearsay or whatever, but it's not very clear. And even to these attorneys, it's not very clear what she's doing, which is good to know. But yeah, so I like to see around different knowledge. There's so many people out there you can jump on and see what they have to say as well. So make sure you do jump around and see what others are saying. It's always important. But here, I just got a stream that I like to just stay quiet through the testimony. I respect that others like to speak over it. It's just not for me. I just want to listen to it as a juror and then react to it. Yeah. Judges always favour the DA's office. She works for them. Yeah. The defense did, Jennifer, didn't they, recuse because she's got a relationship with some of the Alberts, or McAlberts, as we say. They are big boy. Look at that, big boy. They're testifying right now. Let me just, where can I go here? I just got too many tabs open. I couldn't carry on with Andrea. Again, so tomorrow. So that's my plan is tomorrow is to go through the charges as well, just from a layperson's point of view. Let me just get this up. So we're ready for when they do come back. So we got the stream on. And when Sean's back, he can jump on as well then. There you go. I'll place myself there. Well, it is her job to make sure that the defender has a fair trial, but unfortunately, she's not really doing a good job of it. Do you know what I mean? I know you know that, Eliza, isn't it? But it's awful. I love Jerks. I love Mike. So Mike has grown. He's nearly gained, I think, about 10,000 subscribers in the last couple of weeks. So I got a lot of love. Attorney Bedro as well, and Mazza Media, respect to them all. It's a great show. They offer something different. A great show. Go follow him. He also does a lot of the Canton meetings and stuff like that. But Mike, I like Mike a lot. And Mike's the reason I got Sean on my channel. So shout out. Yeah, she dumbs it down, which is good. Draw out the endings to you. Boston. Think the dentist. Say, Boston. Pat the car. There's so many good ones. They are. I got my routine. You guys have your routine, you know. So, Ms. Mojo Rising. I did it. Keep working on it. I can't do your either. I know. I do try. Draw it out more on all your Boston. So park the car. Who's your resist? 42-inch neck. House of Pain with Judge Bev. Ian McNally, you live on the Cape, you get a dump sticker every year, as long as you live here part-time or full-time. Way. Thank you, Mia. Love you too. Thank you, darling. Dylan makes me watch all the streams and bring back the gossip. Yeah. So Erin Hack, she watches like 20 streams at once, and she tells me all the gossip of what's going on. I love it. Filthy rat bastard. House of Pain. Everlast. House of Pain. Oh, there you go. Yeah, jump around. Hey, Em. Still here, Em. Oh, Jesus, I'm way behind again. Dylan, you've got to come to Mass. You should. I do. I love America. I've not been to America for years now. I used to go to Vegas. I think 2018 or 2019 was my last time in America, is in New Jersey for a wedding. I love America. I love the people. I love the food. I love the women are amazing. I just love everything about America. Everything's so big in America as well. Yes, you don't stop to test me everywhere. Yeah, it's just my style. I respect the fact that some people like that they stop and speak. I just, it's just not my thing, but each to their own. Please remember to hit the like button. Yeah, what we got? We got 584 likes. Woo. Oh my God, we've dropped down to 541 people, but that's all good. That is brilliant. Erin Hack, talking of gossip, I've seen you around LawTube, but I watch her on the TV, so couldn't say hi. Literally, Erin Hack, beautifully appropriate. She's everywhere. If you just think of this, right? If you think, is Erin Hack in the chat right now? Just presume she is. That's all I'll say. Just presume she is. There There you go for support the channel. Right, I've got to skip some stuff here. Bet WB. Here comes the character assassination of Karen by the children, all thanks to Jen McAlbert. I hope that, well, we'll see, because Aidan and everyone will tell us. Not live. They won't tell us live, but they'll tell us after the fact. So, and because it's two of them, it will take a little bit of time. But Sassy Bartender says, don't forget select board meeting tonight at 7. I think Young Jerks is filming that. Bastin. There we are, big boy. Bastin. Is that right? Bastin. Bastin. I'm going to Bastin. Wicked pizza. You remember Jump Around? I know. Raised Indiana had a nun from Boston in high school, and she had made a stand up and repronounce words to sound like Boston. Baston. Baston. I loved her, but not that. There you go. Oh, come when there's no snow. Yeah, I do. I generally do plan on doing it. So I'll be honest with you, Boston wasn't on my list because I've got so many places I want to go. But obviously now covering this case is 100% at the top of my list to come out there to Boston. I got to come to Boston, park the car, go to Worcester, followed by Peabody, and then Norfolk, via Canton. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going with that. But anyway, yeah, I'll have to definitely do it. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, my darling. You come for the verdict and after party. I know. I'll go stream it. Got to pay the bills, you see, Mimi. Got to pay the bills. Got to stay here to pay the bills. Legal voices, yeah. My granddaughter laughs at my accent. I say bagel and potatoes. Sherry, good morning to you, my darling. Heartbroken the Commonwealth is making the children. Sherry, same here. Gross in my most Boston accent. I love it. Sherry, I am heartbroken as well. I mean, I just fucking Siri, shut up. I didn't ask you, Siri. Pipe down. Pipe down, Siri. Yeah, I don't get, like, it's different if they were in the car or if there's, if there's a purpose. There's no purpose to this. There's no purpose to the children being on there. And if there was, get stipulation to say both sides agree that this is what was said by the niece or the nephew wasn't even there. This is just for the character element of Karen Reid. So, right. So, Aidan Kearney, Dr. Turtleboy, sources told me this morning that Michael Proctor will not be called as a witness to the Commonwealth. He's a lead investigator in the Karen Reid case and is currently under internal affairs investigation by the state police for lying to a state grand jury and looking for naked pictures in Karen's phone. It is not normal for the lead investigator in a murder case to not be called by the prosecution. I'm told he will be one of the first witnesses called by the defense. That is not normal. Hey, Di, you love it as well. That's all good, Sean. That's all good, buddy. Oh, here you are. You're back.
Yeah, I just want to let you know. Look at me.
I got it.
Where the hell's the screen at? Wait a minute. Whoa.
I'll take you down. I'll take you down for a second. Guess who's back? El Jefe is back.
Just like that, there was the screen. How about that? By the magic of TV or whatever the hell you call this. Yeah.
Let's go.
I just want to let you know there'll be, I keep thinking today's Monday, today's Tuesday, and they're going to be delivering all these supplies and there's going to be inspectors coming. So anyways, we're all good, buddy. Just so you know, I'll be back and forth.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Right.
The
dog's barking, I got to run. So
hey, listen to this then, right? I'm not sure if you heard this, right? So Turtleboy, Aidan Kearney, sources told me this morning that Michael Proctor will not be called as a witness for the Commonwealth. He is the lead investigator in the Karen Reid case and is currently under internal affairs investigation by the state police for lying to a state grand jury and looking for naked pictures in Karen's phone. It is not normal for the lead investigator in a murder case to not be called by the prosecution. No. I'm told he will be one of the first witnesses called by the defense.
Right. And he will be. He should be. And I guarantee all this is to protect the Walsh case.
Oh, yes, yes. Yes.
That's all this is. They don't want to discredit him. And I don't know. He may just plead the fifth. Who knows? I don't know. But
sorry, Mighty. Yeah, no, I know. But it's not just the fact that it's not normal for the lead investigator not to testify. It's not normal for the lead investigator not to be there in the court.
Yeah.
They're normally front and center.
Exactly. When I was, any case I ever did, all right, or even as a police officer, any case that was presented, the lead detective was always at the side of the prosecutor. When I was a case agent with DEA, I was always by the side of the prosecutor. You're allowed. And I very rarely, I don't believe I was ever asked to leave. Even when I was going to testify anyways, but I was never told to get out of the courtroom. Never. So.
Oh, I forgot to tell you offline, actually. I'll tell you in line. Do you know the people that are in your group? There's people in your group screenshotting and tweeting stuff out about you and stuff. You got leaks in your group and they go in.
In my group?
Yeah, so obviously you got people in there. I saw someone posted to me yesterday. Julie Carpenter's posting posts from the group and saying stuff about them, about your group and the people text. Somebody posted something in your group. She got a hold of it, screenshotted it, and posted it out.
Are they bad things?
I didn't even notice it. Somebody said, "Does Shaw know this about her taking stuff out?" I was like,
yeah,
I
you know,
like
I said, I mean,
it is what it is.
Listen, it's an easy fix. I shut it down. That's it. It's
I don't know if it's bad or not. To be quite honest,
it's not. I mean,
it's just to be mindful of it.
This is what I have. They have nothing, right? They know they have nothing, right? Let's get this straight. Put it right on the page. They have nothing now, right? The big Higgins text with Karen was a dud. Nothing. All right, big deal. All right, bad Karen. Oh, Karen, bad. You're a bad girl. You didn't kill John. The story hasn't changed. You didn't kill John. The government. Oh man, they're banging the government has the burden to prove Karen killed John. They have not reached their burden. It's day 18. These kids are not going to add anything to motive. They're not. All right. You know what motive is? Revenge, money, all that stuff, right? It's not there. She didn't need money, right? She was flirting with getting out of the relationship. If anyone, John should have killed her, right? I mean, come on. I mean, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. All right. I mean, hey, listen. We said it from day one. The autopsy photos will be big. I talked with the wives yesterday. So, okay. So we got time, right?
Yeah. Loads of time. I
want to open this up because, you know, it made me ponder a bit. So, Mum Z Harding, she came up with a very good question. She said, Sean, this kid Timmy, right? Timmy, the medic, whatever the Christ he is, the medic guy, the EMT guy. Timmy goes, I heard her say, I killed him, or I hit him, whatever, right? And of course, he has no skin in the game. Right? He doesn't have any skin in the game to lie, to do anything. But the thing is, I think we're pretty positive that at no time did Karen have any direct line when Tim was doing his work on John, right? She's always on the side of the road there, right? She's talking. Now, the only person that really had any interaction with Karen was at McLaughlin, right? Katie McLaughlin.
Yeah.
And she was the one that came back and allegedly said through the window, whatever the hell they have in those ambulances, right? Truck, whatever the hell they call them. Hey, you know, I don't know about this, but she just said, I hit him, whatever, some crazy thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, Timmy's also the guy that said he had a puffy coat on. Now, I liked Timmy. I really did. I think the kid was very conscientious. But let's face it, how many runs did these guys go on, right? They go on runs every day, right? Every night. It's cold, it's snowing. You can get confused. I think a lot of them got confused, all right, with what they know about the case after the fact, what they heard. It's not even reasonable to think that these people have been watching very closely to this case. Now, listen, I'm involved because I'm passionate about it. These people were involved because they were there. If anyone should be passionate or, you know, tuned in, those people should be tuned in. And I think they're getting, you know, and this kid, the other guy, the lieutenant, oh, I had a mention about a car accident. Well, guess what, pal? All right. It was nothing about the car was being mentioned. What's his name? I forget the kid's name, the Italian guy, right? Lieutenant. As a matter of fact, LT, it was not mentioned, and you say you mentioned it, but it wasn't big enough for you to put it in your damn report. What are we talking about here? And furthermore, we're going to find out from Dr. Rice all the little things that were being said. Yuri was working this case, according to the hospital records, as a domestic assault and battery. Okay? Where are the other pieces of glass that they didn't find from the cocktail glass? They found the bottom of the glass intact, right? I mean, together with edges and stuff. Where's the other pieces? They found 45 pieces of red plastic, little pieces, whatever. Where are the other pieces of glass? No one asked these questions, right? Did you, hey, Gallagher, Paulie, did you find the other little pieces, right? The other pieces of glass when you're blowing the damn thing? This is pretty bad. I got a leaf blower right next to me. I should bring it. This place is like a cyclone. It has become my junk room. It's a studio/junk room. Hold on.
He's going to get it. Hey, Vixie.
Here it is. Hold on. Oh, I got the battery out. There it is. This is super duper one. I'm getting crazy here, buddy. But no, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Where was the other pieces of glass, guys? You guys, listen. There's so, if you do deep dives, right? But getting back to Timmy, so I told Lauren, Mumsy, I said, just remember, this is only a movie. We're not even halfway through the prosecution. We haven't got to the real deal yet with the defense. And I said, Karen's face looks like Muhammad Ali, never touched, right? Beautiful, right? No points have been scored against Karen Read other than kisses and drinks. That's it. Kisses and drinks. That's all that's been scored. And even that is bullshit. Big deal. It's not murder too.
No.
I'm trying to get winded now, man. Jesus.
Hang on. I'm trying to get...
What's my blood pressure? What's this?
Right. Hang on a minute. You mentioned the glass, right? Let me get this up.
Right?
Right. Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me get this. I got a video for you to play here for you, right? Are you ready to watch this?
I'm ready, buddy.
Right. This is a 3-minute video. This is shout out to Alicia. She sent it to me. So let me just stop that for a second. Present. Share screen. Tick tock. Tick tock. Alicia, my darling, thank you for this.
I can prove that the glass at the Karen Read trial was staged. We saw our first piece of physical evidence today in the Karen Read trial. I've been a bartender for over a decade, and I know glass, lowball glass, or a rocks glass, as pictured here, is designed with a heavier, thicker base so that you can slam it down and not break it. This means it's stronger at the base of the glass than at the top. Top is actually pretty delicate, and that's where most of the fractures that I've seen in bar glasses end up happening. So the fact that this is broken so close to the base tells me that somebody was holding it when it was broken. Seemingly plays into the theory that she ran over him while he was holding the glass and leaving the car. Prosecution claims that there were pieces of the cocktail glass embedded in the bumper of Karen Reed's SUV.
No way.
Glass to have direct contact with that bumper to leave a head wound right here. Obviously, I'm not going to show the actual photos. And that means O'Keefe had to have been looking straight at her as she backed up to 25 miles an hour and ran him over. And O'Keefe didn't even cry out or people outside almost the entire time that they were in front of that house. But the most damning evidence to me is that there were no cuts on his hand. There were no cuts on his chest. In fact,
Right. Fingers.
stated that there were no other wounds on his body besides the head wounds and the arm. To demonstrate, here I got a nearly identical glass. As you can see, the prosecutor can only comfortably place 2 fingers on there. 3 fingers would mean that he would be cutting himself.
Right.
Just to give you guys a kind of reference. And nobody holds a glass like this. So he would have been holding it like this. If something were to break this glass in my hand, it would have caused cuts and lacerations on the palm. However, if you were to purposely break a glass, you instinctively would move your hands down lower as you hit it to make it shatter. This is exactly the position that the prosecutor has to hold the glass by.
Wow.
Because if you're purposely breaking a glass, the pressure from your fingers will make it more structurally sound and it won't shatter, at least not down as far. This was staged evidence. It also introduced the picture of the broken taillight, the one that didn't show up until days later, and yet it's still on top of snow. But one of the witness affidavits said that it had started lightly snowing when they got there. So why is the fragment on top of the snow? This is where his body was. So why is it not at the same level? Unless it was put there afterwards. Why is there so much blood at the scene? He was found facing up, so the head wound would have been directly into the grass. And if the body was never moved, why did they find 6 different patches of it? Remember, the prosecutors have never turned over pieces of evidence to the defense, like the clothing that was worn by O'Keefe. The taillight, that is the biggest piece of evidence they have. They haven't turned over any trace evidence from the autopsy. And surveillance cameras from the public library that she would have had to drive past to get home, which would have proved whether she had a broken taillight or not. Not to mention the missing security footage that was deleted from the public library's servers. Why are all these crucial pieces of evidence being withheld from the defense? Every single one of these items are potentially exculpatory. Yet the thing that could prove her guilty, they won't let them see. This is seriously the wildest investigation I've ever seen. And this is the wildest trial I've ever seen. And just so y'all know, as I was finishing that video, I was going to put the glass away and I dropped it on my floor and it bounced. It didn't even break.
Wow.
Like literally that just happened.
Hold on now. Is that Alicia from our group?
No. So Alicia posted it to me.
Oh.
But
Who's
that's
that lady?
somebody else.
She's awesome.
But it's important because you were saying about sleuths and stuff like that out there.
Oh my God.
They're all out there. Do you know what I mean? People of common sense, you know.
It's great.
So everyone's out there. Everyone's doing their business.
What's Tom's CPU doing?
No.
Nothing, huh?
Right this second. Let me just hang on. I need to go into another tab. Just let's have a look to see what he's doing. Tom CPU, nothing.
Okay.
He's doing
Sounds good.
absolutely nothing. Just to prove that he's doing nothing, this is Tom
Here
CPU.
we go.
That's his stream, just nothing. So I could cut that off. Get out of that one. Let's see another one here. So yeah, anyone that's coming in late today, there's nobody tweeting from the courtroom. They have to write it down, pen and paper, and they will update this later on. They'll probably give us a little bit of a notification on that.
Right.
Hang on, let me just get the stream back up, wherever that may be. Here it is.
So she takes lunch at 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
I can't see this thing going all the way to 1 o'clock.
No.
There's no way. It would have to be. I don't see the Reed team doing anything. If anything is going to be, you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. So.
People are asking what her name was, so I should have said, I'm sorry, I do apologize.
Yeah, what was her name? She was pretty damn good.
What I'll do is let me post Let me post a link. I apologize.
Go ahead,
I didn't
bud.
give her any credit. I didn't think. Nerdy Pink Panda, her name is.
Really?
Nerdy Pink Panda. And
She's pretty good.
the link, guys, for you to her TikTok page is posted right now. There you go. Apologies, I didn't give her credit. So thank you so much to Nerdy Pink Panda. J Megan name is. So no, I agree with you. I do not think that this is going to be done. I think it's going to be done before
No.
one.
If anything, okay, so they got poor Kaylee talking about Karen in the morning, okay?
Yeah.
It's not murder too. I mean, I don't know. I just...
It's more character thing, isn't it? That's what they want from her. Because why is the nephew there? The nephew wasn't even around when all this happened.
You know, we did have Chrissy on the show, and I learned a lot from Chrissy when she was talking about MS. And my allergies are killing me. Sorry. God knows what happens to people. I mean, we know what happens when you're under a lot of stress, okay? You can say the craziest things. You can. And you don't even remember saying them, okay? But with the MS and, you know, the stress of wondering, oh my God, where is he? Why didn't he come home? Is this another incident? Is this what I have to put up with? I mean, and then it's a snowstorm. It's this, it's that. We don't know what Jen McKay planted in her head in those few minutes of conversation on the phone. We don't know what was actually planted in her head from that car ride back from her house down there by St. Gerard's all the way back to Meadows. We don't. But if it's any indication of what we heard on the 911 voicemail, shut up, you're making things worse. I mean, that's pretty bad. So what do you think they were saying to her while she was in the car?
Yeah.
Right? That can be it can be the worst thing for anyone under that amount of stress, right? Whether she's complaining about the fact her ideal relationship was not what this was, she still had skin in the game. She was in love with John. And I can tell you right now, Susie and I love each other, right? A lot of people love each other, but I always heard from my parents, you always hurt the one that's closest to you. Whether that's reality, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, listen, booze doesn't help. I can tell you right now, a lot of truth comes out in booze too that you would never say, you know, under normal circumstances. And I've let some shit fly in my life, my friend, you know, in relationships, outside relationships, with friends, whatever. And you feel horrible the next day. You wake up the next day and you say, oh my God, did I do that?
Yeah.
Did I break the fucking controller? How about this guy? He was so shit-faced. He didn't know about the controllers. But the poor nephew. I mean, anyways, I'm just saying to take advantage of someone in their worst moment of grief or panic, stress, doubt, fear, whatever, is pretty low. It really is. And to hold that against her, I'm telling you myself, 35 years as a law enforcement, when my father fell, right, it was crazy. And it wasn't a bad fall, all right? It was like almost a controlled fall, but I didn't know what the hell was going on. I said, that's it. He didn't fall. He passed out in my arms, and he's dead weight. And I had to lay him down. I said, oh no. I said, I don't know what's going on. And I said, that's it. I called 911. And my wife's reaction was, Sean, why are you so upset? I said, upset? I'm just communicating. She said, but if I taped you, you'd see the difference. I said, well, guess what? That's what happens to me. It doesn't matter how long I've seen dead bodies my whole life. Right? I've been to autopsies. I had to put toe tags on dead guys. I've seen suicide people splattered on the ground. I've seen dead bodies. I don't know. We couldn't find the body one time. Me and my corporal, well, back then you had, PA2. I was a PA2. Then you had corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain. All right. So this guy was a corporal. And we went to find the body. We could smell the body. We didn't know where the hell the body was. We didn't know where the body was. We knew it was in the bedroom. We looked under the bed. The body was under the bed. The poor lady had to have a heart attack and she was in pain. Whatever. She crawled under the bed. We had to take the mattresses off. We had to take the thing down. I'm just saying. But that's my job hat on. I had my job hat. I had no personal connection to these people. But when it's your loved one, all bets are off. You got to realize that's why they don't allow doctors and nurses to attend their own family members, because I'll tell you, it's not pretty. But when it's someone else, they're perfect. So for this Commonwealth to do what they're doing, pretty shitty. Pretty shitty. That's all I gotta say.
No, it's fine. No, it's good. Oh, hang on. There's a Laura Reed says, I can hear them. She can hear the niece.
Did we? Yeah, I thought I heard something too.
I'm allegedly there's a stream that is playing it.
Really?
I'm not going to play it, guys, because it's not
ethically. Listen, ethically, it's not right to violate the court order, right?
Yeah, I'm not, because I also don't want to get in trouble of being taken down or anything like that.
No, hell
so,
no.
Yeah,
No, I mean, I don't really want to hear it anyways, because it should not matter at all. We're kids. I don't know how old they were back then, but 2 years in a kid's life, right? I mean, well, let's say they're 13 or 14, right? Now they're 15 or 16, right? That jump in age is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some TikTok videos of Kaylee. I mean, she's pretty savvy, right? I mean, so she was young at the time. I mean, very impressionable, right? So, I don't know.
No, I know. I call you, man.
So Pat, he's a lefty. He bats lefty, man. Good hitter. He's a good hitter.
I'm trying to get something else here. I got another video here. I'm just trying to tee it up. I think Miss Lynn sent it to me. Hang on. So bear with me. Continue without login. Here we go. Right, Miss Lynn sent me this. So I don't know, never seen this before. So Miss Lynn, hang on. Here you go.
Miss Lynn. Miss Lynn from Arlington, Mass. I was an Arlington County, Virginia police officer.
There you go. On TikTok is here.
Where are we at?
Portsmouth, GFY. Go F yourself. Portsmouth. All right, fella. I know.
The Google search.
Right. Is that one? No, it's not the one. That's another one.
Is the one with the guy that does all the disguises?
It may be, because there's a guy here. Why can't I get this one up then? Bear with me, people. I will get it. I got it here. Is this playing okay? Hang on.
Oh yeah, that's this. Yeah, that's this guy. He has 1,000 disguises. It's pretty good.
Oh no, it's not playing. So
no,
because it says 00. Let me just refresh it then. Oh, court's back.
Really? Wow.
Oh, hang on. Maybe not. I just heard a beep beep. Oh, no, it's this guy. It must be this guy then. No, it must be this guy. Hang on, share screen. Let's see if you can hear this. Can you hear this, Sean?
Not yet. No, I don't hear anything right now.
Okay. For some reason, it won't come up. Let me just try something else.
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, I can hear it. Let me. I'll post it into another stream. No, not that one. So many tabs open. That's the problem at the minute.
Is that what it is?
Oh, I've got like 20 tabs open right now.
Oh wow!
Because I'm trying to get stuff up for people. Right, let me try this again. Here you go. This should work.
Unmuted.
I responded, "Why are you texting me?" Defendant
Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
responded, "Come over now." Sustained. I responded, "Huh? What do you mean?" Then I wrote, "Me, are you short?" I meant to say sure. I think I meant to say sure. That's what I said to Pooper Tractor, Proctor Trooper.
This is funny, man.
Madam Court Reporter is about 3 seconds away from having a seizure, all right? One person at a time, please. Defendant responded, "I hope it's not short." I responded, "What are you trying to say?" "How long to Fairview?" "I don't know, 3, 4 minutes." "Yeah, you just, keep going straight. You take a right at the coloreds, and you keep going past till you get to the engines. Dot, not feather." Then I wrote, "Your troubleshooting." I think it auto-corrected. I think I meant trouble. "It couldn't have happened. You know how I know? There was bread crust all underneath the seat, and it smelled like Skippy. Extra creamy." Right before the, memoirs of a geisha people, the me rub you wrong time. Yeah? Which can only mean one of two things. Either a gaggle of kindergartners had broken into Matt's car, or Julie Nagel had been there. Yeah, sitting right in between Sarah and what looked like a loaf of sourdough in human form. Sustained. And I'll see you at sidebar.
These guys are great, man.
Sidebar, next Tuesday there will be no court, okay? It's National Mojito Day. Then I wrote, "LY darling." Defendant responded, "Let's go all the way. We will be closed to observe the high holiday." Brian's son's birthday, yeah. The Nancy. Yeah. Listen, I don't care what you like. Just, don't do it around me. All right. Brian Jr. begged me to take them home because he had made secret birthday plans with Gay Jeff. I responded, "What do you take me for? You think I just lay on my back for anyone like I'm Julie Bagel?" I believe I meant Nagel. And next thing I know, Nagel got her hand down my pants. I said, "Whoa, slow down, big fella. What are you looking for? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich?" Maybe if you were Sarah, but sorry, Nags, I don't swing that way. You know what I mean? For those wondering, yes, I will be doing my world-famous bottomless crab walk across Nauset Beach, okay? And I sent the defendant lyrics to Aretha Franklin's Respect. The Chatham Conservation Commission has declared my indecent crab walks to be a super attractor of great white sharks. However, if you couldn't tell, I do whatever I want. Mojito Day is my day, and I'm going to celebrate it how I celebrate it, okay? The taillight was cracked. I did not say it was missing. I said it was cracked. Look. If you look at this, okay, this tooth, that is cracked. That is not missing. I'm going to hit the waterfall. All right, I clearly am not in this skit, and I'm starting to get DTs. Not allowed back in until I finish cultural sensitivity training. Let's just go to Fairview and have drinks there. Come on, Brian, what do you say? You just redid your basement. I haven't seen it. Come on. Definitely. Yeah, as long as you got whiskey. As long as the crowd is, heterosexual whites. Oh, come on. Yeah, let's go. All right, everyone's invited. We're all going to the Alberts to have drinks.
Hilarious.
There you go. There are others.
How do they do that? It's just amazing. The talent.
I think there's others. I'm not sure which one we just played. There's quite a few. Hang on, there's more here.
I had rolled over to it's great, you know, like low calorie, nice flavors. I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Lally. You're gonna need to speak up, okay? We can't hear you. You're gonna need to speak up. You can have like, you know, 5 and still kind of keep going.
Initially rolled over to
I mean, Jesus, Lally, okay? Come on. I don't know. If I could see the documents, then I would know. I was on my way home from catechisms.
Oh my God, that's
Engaging in right before I volunteered at the Canton Animal Shelter. Some the documents would help. Maybe a little grab ass. Carrie's the talker. Me, church mouse. Her, megaphone. Me, soft spoken. Man and a woman been married for a certain amount of time. They tend to once in a while I'll do a twisted tea. If water falls out of claw, I'll do a tea. Why would I have Chloe? Jen. I don't even like animals. Jen. I've never met any animal in my life. I don't know any. Jewel, hon, are you calling me? Butt dial. Yeah, the old butt dial, yeah. Classic butt dial. Let's proceed. You're hot. He wasn't there. He couldn't have been. He don't drink beer. So I did mention this yesterday, and I have to tell you again. No, I don't lie, sir. Ever. You are about to hear in the courtroom questions being asked. I never threw it out in the trash. He's a whiskey drinker. I placed it in the garbage. And as we say in Canton, please let it only affect 16.5% of your interpretation and perception of this witness. If you got Jameson and ginger, pour me 5. I stand before you a very honest human. As it pertains
Deb.
As it pertains to proceeds the events of February 6th, okay? Got hammered, had a wicked crazy hangover. Sustained. It's like I always say, slept all day. Sustained. If all you got is beer, Higgins ain't here. From more drinks at Hillside. I'll allow it.
You are muted.
I know you asked questions, Mr. Jackson, but that definitely was not a question, okay?
Unmuted.
Oh, that's the first.
Canton, Massachusetts. In my 30 years, I can't say I've been in that. Good morning, jury. Good morning, judge. Good morning, fine people of Norfolk County. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Every morning, Dunkin' Donuts. I for their birthday, I bring. I'll allow it. So when the trooper got there, can you please repeat that? But this time in American. The Alberts and the McCabe's had nothing to do with this. I don't even know why I'm here. So the neighbor did provide a container, plastic container, we sealed, and I can't remember. Yes. Down to the station, to the Canton Police Department. I don't. My 2 friends. It was a very circumstantial situation. Yes, the bitchiest girls in Canton. Yes. Yeah, yes. We did put the before we did inform the Massachusetts State Police. I don't know. Yes. You know, we all went home. I know they should not be that bitchy looking like that. I understand. The Canton Police Department. Yes, of course I am. Why else my eyebrows look like this? Yes. I wish he had. Even look me in the eye anymore. He procedurally the swabs in having a White Claw inside the cups. Which is Colin was his son. Keep it moving, please. Boston Police, just a waterfall. 30 years. Bukaki. Come home. I go upstairs. Retired. I say goodnight to my parents. I kiss them goodnight. Well, yeah. I say I love you. Thank you for being my angels. And I come downstairs and I say my prayers. And yeah. Well, I don't know. He must have confused his notes. I'm not sure. Having a couple of White Claws, as usual. Let's move on. They came over and we went to bed as usual. Pinky swear. So Jackson, can we get this over with? Okay, this is my off season. Usually by this time I'm already over the Sagamore Bridge, knee deep in clams. I brush my teeth. Just my White Claw. Thank you. Thank you. Where's Julie Albert? Julie, can I have some of that White Claw? I don't, did I take a picture? Did I mean to take a picture? I don't know. Maybe he thought that I meant something else. It was all her. I did, you know. Yeah, you know, the, talking like girlfriends. Yes, just talking like girlfriends. The Oriental neighbors. Yeah. The Asians. How regular, normal girlfriends what? My family. I can't recall. Are we girlfriends? No. Do you mind using different words? I've never talked to them. They, you know, fa ra 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 ra. You know, yeah, I have a number. No. Could you say that in English? Jen. The witness advocate. The witness advent calendar. Jen. Sustained. Okay. Let's move on. Could you please rephrase those words? I'll allow it. Can you answer that question? Can you, honey? Are you that stupid? Canton, Massachusetts.
There you go. That is
not bad.
No, they're good. They're good. We're slightly out of order with them, but they're good.
Not bad. Not bad.
Let me put it. Before I put the stream back on, thank you to KMR for the $9.99 super sticker. Hi from Laguna Beach.
Laguna Beach.
Thank you, Dylan and Sean, for all you do. My hubby loves guitars and same music as you, so I wanted to share. It's outside the box, but you'll enjoy the Jimi Hendrix of Sahara.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
I love it all. That'd be great, Kim? KM. KMR from Laguna Beach. Nice.
Where's Laguna Beach? That Florida somewhere? California. There you go. I didn't know that. I've heard of it before, but I didn't know where it was. Bear with me. Let's have another look here.
Jimi Hendrix of the Sahara. I'll have to check that out.
So the nephew's been, I believe, the niece is on now. Auntie, I did post a link. Kindred Spirit. This is Auntie Deb, but it's on TikTok, not on YouTube. Kindred Spirit on YouTube, on there.
Auntie Deb.
Right, there's that's up now. So we'll be back before lunch because I can't see the niece being there. People were
Okay.
saying, I think the hacks, they were saying they were asking about their relationships and stuff like that, which is it's inappropriate. They don't need to go into this at all with
Right.
the nephew. Just leave him.
I just want to talk about evidence, right? So this doctor's going to get on, right? I want to see. We haven't heard anything. Why? Okay, when you think about I still focus on the initial here, Dylan. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They find the glass broken. Right? They don't find any of the broken pieces of glass,
Yeah.
and they find 6 patches of blood. Okay.
Yeah.
They have a guy in John that looks like he's been beat up, right? One shoe on, no winter coat. That's basically the scene, right?
Yeah.
You've got no vehicle present from the alleged culprit, right? How did they determine that a 90-pound woman, soaking wet, could do that much damage to a 6'2", 220-pound guy? And that was the working theory through at least 10:41, 11 o'clock. And all of a sudden, by the time Proctor got on the scene over there to McCabe's home, that whole thing changed once it became known from Jen that, she talked about hitting him and a broken tail light. Okay. She knew that at the scene. She knew that allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. Okay. Why was that an afterthought? Who was the puppet master really? It's Brian Albert. It all comes back to Brian Albert, who ironically was the one they want to stay the furthest away in the investigation. They want to bury him. They didn't want anything to do with him or his house. So you got to keep really focusing on that.
Question for you though on that
Yeah.
same line you just said.
Right.
You just outlined there some things. As a trooper, lead investigator, you
Sure.
see or you hear there's a body. You don't really sure what's happened.
Right.
You hear there's a body. Now they keep saying they had no probable cause to search the house and stuff, but
Exactly.
surely you don't know what's happened at that point. So surely you search everything.
As the new breed of cops being in this day and age, right, with the the shootings, the multiple shootings we get, right, officers and people's survivals, right. I just don't see how these guys could not have put 2 and 2 together, at least to do a protective sweep of that home. Every right to do that. Every right in the world. And I'm just saying, I still believe there was a lot of stuff being done behind the scenes between 1 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock that morning.
Yeah. Planning started already. And
Yeah.
it fits in though with the calls because like that call, right? Just liaise with X, Y, and Z.
Right.
Go to the school. Go and meet her so and so.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
So I wanted to focus it. I want to know so Kerry Roberts is saying emphatically that Jen told her on the phone, John's dead, all right? But when she's checking the hospitals, the area hospitals, and she's checking the police department, right? She's not saying, did you have any DOA calls? She's not saying that. She didn't ask those questions in the way, if someone told me that someone close to me was dead, right? I would call them and say, hey, listen, my friend said her boyfriend's dead. Did you have any calls to 34 Fairview? She said she didn't say that at all.
No.
It's just, those things got to be analyzed. And I don't want to take anything away from David. And maybe this goes in line with, don't ever ask a question that you don't know the answer to. What would have hurt if he said, but Brian, Mr. Higgins, You never even checked in on Karen when you knew early on that John had died, right? And if he asked that question, what would Brian say to cover that up? Well, I knew she was a suspect. No, you didn't, Brian. You didn't know she was a suspect. No one knew she was a suspect.
I think well, the only thing I can think about is at that point that he would have said something like, well, Gemma Kay told me that Karen has said, I hit him.
Right.
So I put two and two together. I was not going to get in contact because
Right.
at the end of the day, this is an ongoing investigation.
Yeah, probably.
It was obviously a car hit.
Yeah.
And that's how she would have I'm not saying, but that's how
Okay,
it gets.
so when she said John died, right, in a text at 1:30 or whatever it was, right? He just says nothing. He
Yeah,
could have said,
11:30.
turn yourself in. He could have said that. Turn yourself in. He could have said, "Oh my God." He could have not to say anything. I said the other night, it's not what you did; it's what you don't do.
Well, to me, Sean, it's more suspicious that he knew about this at 7 a.m. or whatever it was.
Right.
It's more suspicious to me
Yeah.
that he didn't reach out to her and say, "I'm here for you. Just heard the news.
Sure.
I'm so
Right.
sorry." Why would you wait? You would reach
Exactly.
out first.
Right.
The fact
Yeah.
that he didn't say anything, that is suspicious.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's not what you do; it's what you didn't do.
Yeah.
That usually tells the story.
True.
So,
Julio, no one's in the courtroom reporting at all. They'll probably report afterwards because they can take notes. But yeah, they're not reporting.
riveting testimony from the niece and nephew. That's how it's
Hello,
going to come out.
good citizen. Hello, how are you? He could have got more info out of her.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Anything.
Oh, Erin Hack was listening to the dodgy streams. Oh, I told you, wherever there's anything dodgy, Erin Hack is at the lead. She's there. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait now and see what happens.
Maybe Karen would have said something to the effect, Brian, you know what happened. You were there. Maybe he was afraid of that.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. No, I'm
Or
not
maybe
sure.
he did. Maybe she did. And he selectively took that one out.
Yeah.
I can't tell, but it looks like they didn't have the names going back and forth. He had to figure out, was I the one that said I broke the controller for the kid? So who knows? I don't believe he got all the texts out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
no,
how did he communicate his address in West Roxbury so she could was it on the phone? Maybe it was on the phone. Maybe there was a phone call.
There's more probably as well, so we know.
Yeah.
Rachel says, being devil's advocate here, Rachel says maybe he thought she did it.
Yeah, maybe he thought, but the bottom line is, I mean, he as a federal agent is used to communicating with people who quote unquote did it, right? He's used to that, right? I mean, and he was trying to be, he was in an intimate, how do I say this? All right. Those texts back and forth were intimate, right? In the thing that he didn't want John or anyone else to know about him, right?
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of, secrecy going on. I mean, but you just don't completely leave it alone.
Jennifer says they have Karen's phone. AJ and DUI would have brought those in on Brian.
That's true.
So yeah.
Maybe they will when we get to their case. Maybe they will.
Reply because you already. Yeah, and somebody said, sorry, I missed it. Somebody said about the call logs. They got the logs, just don't have the details of all the text messages and stuff like that.
Yeah, good point, Julio. Yeah, the up and down, the dragging, the medical records.
Is West Roxbury the stash house?
Yeah, that's where the stash. That's the flop house. I call it the flop house. That was, I guess, that was a place that Brian would utilize also.
Yeah, Gary, I agree. After people text me that someone has passed away, my response every time is, "I'm here if you need anything." Yeah.
Right. Exactly. It was not normal. Not normal what he did. But then again, you don't want. I guess Yannetti was right. You don't want to give him an opportunity to say something that's going to make him look better.
Oh, they're all
because in my mind, she's a suspect. I don't want to be involved with a suspect anymore. Some stupid, crazy thing.
Yeah, they would have, and they were prepped, ready for that as well.
Sure.
Yes, they can't. Wendy, on their list, there's a lot of them that have been named already, Wendy, so they can call them back in if they need to.
But I can't believe Kelch is not on the witness list.
Unless
he
he's got
plays
an
an important part.
Yeah, unless he's got. Why the rest of the week off of court? Because isn't it holidays or something?
No, evidently this was another request by a juror.
Okay.
And I guess it worked. I guess it worked with the judge. I guess I don't know.
And Jackson was probably happy because he wanted. I know Jackson wanted
Yeah,
the
he
Wednesday
goes back
off.
Wednesday though.
Yeah, but he wanted Wednesday off, didn't he? So I think Jackson wanted Tuesday and Wednesday off.
Right. He flew back because he hadn't seen his kids in a while. So he.
Yeah. And he's got another court case apparently in California.
Does he really?
Yeah, apparently. So they were always taking Thursday, and so I think what happened, they were always taking Thursday and Friday off because of the juror. Monday was a national holiday, and then they asked for a Wednesday as well.
Wow.
Something like that. I don't know.
So let's think about the bombshell with Sharon, Massachusetts. Have we talked about that at all?
A little bit, but not much. Sarita. Yes, but
it would make sense, right? Clearly, I mean, this kid was a big boozer, right? He goes through I'm still saying he was there. He knew exactly what happened to John. This probably tricked some and said, man, I better get help. So maybe that alcohol rehab thing in Sharon is valid. Maybe the fact that the medical records showed that he was there, right? And that's why when Jackson said, where were you interviewed? In Sharon. Where? That's boom, immediately Lally got up and objected. Sidebar, immediate. This is in the thing that's a HIPAA violation, whatever. So maybe he was in a rehab. He doesn't look like he has the bloat face anymore. So I mean, let's face it. But you never know.
Let me get this. Hang on. People say misinformation here now. So let me just get this up for you, Sean. Stop screen for a second. Present. Because Random Remixer says that.
I thought he was on the.
So let me just zoom, and then put us down here somewhere. So hang on.
Is this the defense witness list?
Both of them. This is the Commonwealth, and then the defense will come here. So Brian Kerr, all these, Michael Wagner, Cheryl, Paul. Oops. Let me just put us on the other side of this. Shout if you see it. Right.
I'm looking. No. Very weird.
There you go.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw him on there, but
no. So unless we missed it somewhere,
I don't think so. Maybe.
No, I can't see. I've been through it a couple of times. So,
Yes.
yeah, he's. And I'm not checked. Could he be on maybe the Commonwealth one? Maybe.
Maybe.
Just go through some of these. What's his name? Matt, isn't it? Matthew.
Couch. I can't wait till they get Gretchen Voss on the stand.
But apparently she's not testifying, is she?
Well, she's on their list, but I don't know.
We're looking for Matthew Kelch.
Right.
Or Matt Kelch, however.
Matt Kelly. Maybe that's who I thought.
Nope. So they are confirmed. They're not on there.
Huh.
So, yeah. So there you go. Just so people know. So it's definitely not on the list, people. Unless they add him in afterwards or something. Right, let me get the stream back up again. In preparation for this. The father is on the witness list. He is, but for the defense. For the defense.
Right.
Which Judge Bev was like, oh, why are they calling him? Well, if he's going to be witness for Karen's character, because everyone seems to think she's a bitch. Hang on. Let's get that. Hackster, any update? Because you were listening to the other stream. Anything? Have they finished? Were they going to come back? Let me just check Twitter.
Is someone really violating the...
It's one of the streams, but I think it's one of the networks. It is. They just haven't turned the volume off.
Hmm.
Yeah, I could do that, Peggy. I can put it on there somewhere. Hang on, community page. Let me just figure out how to do that, and then I will do it. So the doctor's coming on, but I don't know what the doctor's going to say because what's he going? What can he say? Here, Sean.
I don't know.
You know,
He's going to have to tell the truth.
Do we know? I mean,
How the hell can a car not hit your legs, not hit your abdomen, not hit your pelvic?
Yeah.
That back of a Lexus should be able to cover the whole most of the whole body.
It's just all weird, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Peggy, I can't post it, Peggy, because you will only allow me to do images. So that means I will have to somehow screenshot them all, Peggy. I'll try to do that. Yeah, it's definitely on Sean's page.
What is?
The defense list. Audrey's got it all nicely. So if you go through the motions on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Audrey's put all the witnesses in categories and everything.
I knew there was an updated list. It was on yellow paper or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the hell it was. There was something I want to bring up. Oh, God. Well, that thought got.
That's a good question.
Yes. How about that, huh?
I found interesting that Yanetti's used conscious of guilt. I wonder if it takes from your podcast.
No, I don't think so. Will's David's very good, but it's true. I mean, let's face it. It is consciousness of guilt. No doubt about it.
No doubt.
Oh,
no doubt.
Hold on. I got to get the glasses. And Big Mike just hit me up here. Hold on. Where is he?
Big Mike.
Mike Gaglio. Here we go. I need the glasses on this one.
Mike Gaglio.
Here we go. I don't see it.
Still away. Sarita, Sarita. Yeah, they found the shoe, I believe. Sarita, Sarita. MJ Gaglio says, boom. 230. I love these names. 230. Maybe they don't need the FBI guy because Higgins admitted it. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably not, right?
I'm so surprised, though.
Checking up all.
Hey, Jonathan. Don't forget, head over to Sean's channel tonight and give him a like, subscribe. You don't want to miss his trial recaps this evening. And John says that like button is also easy to forget about. So if you are enjoying yourself, hit it. And if you are really enjoying yourself, that subscribe button is open for business too. Well done, Jonathan.
Sure.
They were, Kevin, but I think they finished. Just waiting now. Rick says, did you guys know about Jen's first search at 6:23 of how long T die in the CKLD? That was news to me. Maybe the argument that her Hoslong one at 6:24 overwrote the Safari tab at 6:22:27. I did know there's two searches, 6:23 and 6:24. I did know that. Did you know that, Sean?
I did. I did. And to me, it's a cover. It's a cover story. It was a cover, and I don't know. And then there's another, I believe there's another one too, later in the day.
There was 8, or I'm not sure what time actually, but there was, yes.
And what's that all about?
Probably just panicking because they're like, oh my God, they got that. So, somebody must have said something. You haven't searched it now, have you? And she might be like, oh my frigging God, yes, I have.
Right.
You know, so, search it again, do something, you know, panicking.
I got to tell you, they were quick on their feet to do that. I will have to say, these guys were quick.
They're quick. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, please like the stream. It helps us out. Helps me out.
Yeah.
Anyway, can end the poll there. I don't need. Most of you are right. 1 to 2 hours. Most of you were correct. Watch Sean's interviews with the nurses if you really think a plough or a car hit.
That's right.
John O'Keefe. I don't think anyone with an ounce of sense thinks that he was hit with a plough or a car. Do you know what I mean? It's just, and I'm seeing stuff on Twitter on Friday about people. Obviously, you see the taillight. You see it's just smashed when Karen's driving. It's
Listen, the side of the taillight is the part in question. We know she cracked the taillight when she backed into John's car. Right? We know by testimony by at least Jen and what's her name, Kerry Roberts, that there was a wire sticking out of the part that was cracked. Well, you go back to the final product, there was no wire. That picture should never be touched. All right. And of course it was touched. It was touched since it left Dighton, because you can see the light illuminated. When you get back to the Canton PD, that picture, there's no wires. There are no LED lights. That car could not function. If they turned that car on, that light would not be able to function. So,
yeah,
they got caught.
Yeah, no. It's a story of how they sell this to the, like I've always said, Jackson in his closing is going to have to spell all this things out. He's going to read, because remember now, you know, I'm not sure if they probably will be given slot amount of time they can close for. It'd probably be I would imagine 2 hours at least.
I hope because they should be allowed, to do this without any hesitancy or any pressure or stress by that judge.
But even if they put a time limit on it, say 2 hours, obviously Lali's going to go first, probably spend half an hour to an hour on it. Then Jackson's going to spend 2 hours. Then just remember, obviously Lali's going to come back and explain everything again, and he's just going to destroy it all. Be like, they are liars, all this blah blah blah. So so closing is even though you can't take it into account when you deliberate, it's the time though to put it in your heads the jury's
Right.
heads of how they should be, thinking about it, shall we say.
Yep.
Rebecca Mitchell says at 2:20 something, Albert and Higgins were going over this story, and he again did the search. They were freaking out, in my opinion. Oh yeah, they were freaking out. This is why he was in such a rush to leave that place. Patty Murphy has just tweeted at me. Oh, Patty. I saw this. It's not Chloe, but this is. I'll share this. This is from our favourite Patty Murphy. Yeah. This is. Hang on. Present share screen. You like this? Here we go. Where is it? This is Tristan and whatever her name is, Caitlin. Let me just put this here and take that down. And the question is, that's Tristan, and this is Caitlin. And they say, is this Chloe? It's not Chloe.
No.
It's been debunked. That's not Chloe, allegedly. But they were out yesterday or the day before or something with a dog.
Really?
Yeah. I think it was debunked. But thank you, Patty. Thank you.
Technical question. Was that picture in a tab when you opened it?
Yes.
Okay, so you bring them over into tabs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right,
but your setup's different because obviously when we went through it before, you got like you're on Mac and you, so it is set up differently,
right?
You know.
Okay.
Let me go back to this.
But the big thing is to zip them into a tab. That's the preferred way, right?
Well, it's easier. They prefer StreamYard prefers it in a tab because
right.
you can line them all up.
Sure. But then you have so many tabs open, right?
It slows everything down.
Right. It does. All right.
You close everything as you go through it. Di sent me a video which I'll play over lunch break. It is of a Gemma Cabe. It says, how can he spot a lie comparing Gemma Cabe and Kerry Roberts' testimonies? So I'll play that over the lunch break for you guys.
Right.
Wendy, could gash on back of head be caused by plough? Colin beat him, dog attacks him, falls back, hits head, placed in Ford till everyone leaves.
Wow.
Ford moves and he placed on lawn.
That's pretty. Geez, you never know. So in other words, Wendy, you're saying everything possibly happened outside instead of him going inside. Maybe. Who knows? We're going to find out.
Sue says, Sean mentioned three names, Fabiano, Kent, or Alba in relation to witness. What are their significance?
Okay, so those three people were definitely in the house. But they left earlier, right? But there's some suspicion going on. And I think they've ruled out Alba and Fabiano, but they're focusing on this girl. Her name is Mary Margaret Kent. Now, Mary Margaret Kent either moved out to California shortly after this event. I'm not sure. Oh, they're complete?
They're complete.
So she moved out after this. Okay, I can tell you right now, without any qualm, somebody from that house told somebody, if not directly, to Scanlon about what happened. All right. Now, did this girl, Mary Margaret Kent, was she still there at the time? Or did someone very close to her that was there, that had firsthand knowledge, told her, and she told Scanlon for whatever reason? I don't know what the connection is. You know, people talk about Scanlon's daughter. I don't know. All I know is this. How the hell does anyone have information a day after Karen is arraigned, right? Very early on. No autopsy photos, no nothing. All right. How did he know that there was vomit involved? Right? He knew there was vomit, and we found vomit evidently on John's boxer trousers. Right? There's Aiden.
Yeah, he's live
down
now.
here. Looks like it's a Florida picture.
I'll play him now. He's live. Sorry to cut you off, Sean. He's just
Okay,
live
no
now.
problem. No problem. Dr. TB. What's he saying? What's he saying? Can you hear him?
Yeah. Can you?
I can't hear him.
Oh, hang on then.
Maybe it's me. I don't know.
No, it's me. I can put it. I can put it in the tab, you see, so hang on.
For them.
Can you hear him now?
Yes.
Lally asks if there were not so nice times between John and Karen, to which the defense objected and led to a
Sidebar.
time to eat food. So this is the stupid conversation that's going on in there right now, and that she would ignore them and kind of like, you know, go away and just like, you know, when she was mad at them. He doesn't recall if the fights led to her leaving the house. He said that the Aruba arguments were nothing crazy, that when he came back to Meadows Ave, everyone looked down and sad, and that Paul informed him what happened because he did not sleep in the house that night. He says that Karen looked sad and was crying at the kitchen table, and there were a couple others. He said that there was a computer upstairs because they always talk about this computer and insinuate she deleted ring camera footage, that there was a computer upstairs in the office, and that he doesn't remember if the defendant had an account. They called her the defendant, which is pretty gross. Both kids were coached to call her the defendant. And but he doesn't remember if she had an account. So if she doesn't have an account, then she couldn't have deleted the ring camera footage as these idiots like to suggest she did. They said that Lally asks if the phone was connected to the vehicle. He started asking stupid questions about the center console. The highlight was this. David Minetti on cross-examination asked her one question. Did John or Karen ever raise a hand in anger towards each other? He said no. And then he said, quote, "I'm sorry that you were made to come here today." And the prosecution immediately objected to that, but it was pretty powerful. A lot of people were like, wow. But I'm sorry that you were made to come here today. Now, the girl went next after that. She testified for longer. The usual nonsense about what's your favorite subject, how long you've been living with your grandparents. She said they met in 2020 for the first time. She definitely was a worse witness for Karen than the brother. She says that her relationship was with Karen Reed was, quote, dependent on the day, and that she was closer with the brother than she was with her. She says that it was good at the beginning, but it was, quote unquote, toxicity towards the end. He says that she also refers to Karen as the defendant. She said that John will walk away from fights, but that Karen will, quote, follow him and keep yelling like normal, like welcome to relationships, I guess. She says that Karen would defend the brother during arguments and not her. She said that she was closer with John and the brother was closer with Karen. It was weird. And that during the Aruba trip that they argued in front of her about the smooching with Marietta situation. And they says that, that he asked Karen to leave the house one night and Karen said no. And that John said the relationship will run its course and then locked himself in his room for 34 minutes and Karen didn't leave. So, you know, welcome to relationships. He said that Karen was wanted to know if she knew when ring cameras were installed. And he said that John had access to it and offered the kids access to it and Karen access to it. And they all said no. So both kids testified that Karen does not have access to that ring camera video.
Beautiful.
Karen woke her up at 4:30 and told her to call Jen McCabe that morning. And that Jen McCabe had texted her in the past because she was her coach. That Karen was saying, and this is interesting. She said that Karen was saying, what could have happened? And maybe I did something. Maybe a snowplow hit him. Maybe I hit him. Did I hit him? We're going to get to that in 1 second. Lally asks if the vehicle has a backup camera, like, duh. And she said the defendant this is the kid says this. The defendant was a lot more like, just like very like, she seemed like she was on meds and wasn't sitting still and almost shaky that morning, like somebody had just died or something. When Jen was talking, she said that Jen was calm, so and didn't get worked up, and told her that John probably went to someone else's house. That's what she told this girl. She knew exactly where John was on that lawn, and she told her that John probably was sleeping at someone else's house. This is at 5:30 in the morning when they went back there. That later on, when Karen came back, she was only at the house for a short period of time and went upstairs by herself. They frequently bring this up, and it's like, that's when she deleted the ring camera footage. But both kids testified she didn't have access to that. She said that she gave Kaylee gave the kid a hug and said, "I feel like I'm living in a nightmare," and left. She said that Yannetti asked her if she said, "Maybe I hit him," and she says she was interviewed on 2/22/22 and never mentioned, "Maybe I hit him." So that she was interviewed at the DA's office and never mentioned anything about "maybe I hit him." It was this is a new thing that she has recently added to this, and that she had quite a bit of contact with Jen McCabe in the last couple of weeks, and that never once did either of them raise a hand in anger, and that's that. So that's what happened today. We are going to get back in there for the rest of the testimony, but obviously we weren't allowed to live tweet anything, so just wanted to report that. I'm going to post this in a series of tweets, and that's that. All right, peace, guys.
Right. There's other. Thanks to Aidan there as well. There is. Hang on. Let me just go back to Twitter. There are other people tweeting about it as well now. Initial thoughts at all, Sean?
No, I think that's great about the fact that she had no password to the cameras. They never had any physical altercation, which is awesome. Obviously Jen McCabe is clearly, she made her little way in there, wiggled in, and that Kaylee did not particularly say anything about, I hit him. Always questions. So could something have happened to him? Could I have done something? Could the plow have done something?
So here's more details, and I'll move us across here. So this is Jessica. So credit to Jessica from For a Reporter. So catching up you all up to date is going to be a challenge. There are very strict rules of what we can and cannot say. Let me start off with this. Yannetti had the opportunity to cross-examine John's nephew, who is in the 6th, 7th grade. He went to the podium with no notebook, no notes. He paused before he began to speak. He only asked John's nephew the 3 questions. First, do you know what it means to raise a hand in anger? He responded that he thought he knew what he meant. Jan then asked the nephew if he had ever seen John raise a hand in anger to Karen. He responds, no. He asked if he had ever seen Karen raise a hand to John, and he responded, no. Yannetti then said, I'm so sorry you were asked to come here today. Prior to Yannetti asking those few questions, Lally asked many questions of the nephew, including questions about his relationship was like with Karen, sometimes good, sometimes bad, he said. When asked about what it was like when it was good, John's nephew responded that they were being a family, happy being around each other. Sometimes when it was bad, he got in trouble for doing something wrong, and Karen would yell a little and had a bit of an attitude. Okay, well, that's fine. Sometimes Karen would ignore him and not look happy. I should mention that a few times during his testimony, Lally, per usual, was hard to understand. He also had a few moments that in the way that he asked the questions was hard for the child to know what he meant. So that's so far what has been said here. We'll keep you up to date when and if there's more comes out from that. But yeah, I mean, interesting that Jen McCabe, his last few weeks, has been in touch with her. I mean,
putting the spin, putting the spin on.
It is, yeah. Jackie, I think you're behind. We've just watched the video, Jackie. Thank you, though, darling. Somebody said this in chat earlier on, Sean. The questions aren't important, it's how they're asked and what the tone is, what the answers are. So only the jury will know and that. Lorraine, I think it's a doctor. So it will be interesting because also Lally bumbles a lot. He's like bumbles here, left, right, centre.
Right.
So
Did they take a lunch break?
No,
Is that what it is?
No, I don't think so. I think they're just resetting, I believe. Because, well, they got an hour and 10 minutes before lunch normally, haven't they?
Right.
So she says John's niece was then called to testify. She's older than the brother. One thing we learned from both children is that John and Karen never argued outside the home, although they did say that arguments were more frequent in the months leading up to John's death. So Lally will enjoy that. That's what Lally's trying to portray, is the arguments and stuff like that. It's pretty sick though that they were coached to call her the defendant. That's, that's pretty low blow. And then what did the Anetti say? I'm sorry they've been called up here today. And Lally, I can imagine Lally objecting straight away. But that's gonna be like very hard hitting for the jury to hear that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. But I'm interested. Obviously, we'll wait for Turtle Boy. Will go more depth again tonight, probably on his stream. But we've got the basis of it. We've got the basis of it, and then Jen's going to give us another basis as well of stuff that he may have. Yeah, he's going to live tweet out. He said it in a little bit. But I thought he just said that he rushed it because he needed to go back into court.
Sure.
Is how I
Well,
thought.
let me see who's out there right now, but I'll be right back, my friend.
Yeah, no worries. It's fine. So I believe it's the doctor next, so we'll just have to see. But no one's tweeting anything, so I'm not really sure. Ted Daniels has not tweeted anything. Let me just double check here. Let me entertain you. Let me just check. Ted Daniels just said testimony to minor children is complete. Sue has not said anything. Yeah, no one's seen anything, so Rebecca says, yes, you have to go back in. There we are. Was the doctor proctored? That's a very good one, Vixie. I like that. What was his last name? I forget, Chantal. I forget. All I can tell you he's not on the list is all I can tell you. I forget his last name. No worries, Toots. Toots. I can't believe the children's guardian now would subject them to being a witness on the stand. That is not appropriate at all. These kids have no one that is good for them, it seems. I don't agree that they should have been on there. I don't agree they should have been on there at all. There was no need for it. You see the questions they were asked. It was totally pointless. Lally just wanted to make a scene to say, oh, the John and Karen fight, do they? Yeah, well, so does every relationship, Lally. I mean, I must say, Lally's probably not married and probably doesn't have any kids, I would assume, if he doesn't think that people fight. I bet those kids miss Karen, how Karen's demeanor with the kids, emotional. I'm sure they'll cover that. TB will cover that in more detail tonight, so make sure you go and watch. I'm not sure if he's got a show tonight. I believe he does Tuesday night. So make sure you go and watch Turtle Boy this evening. He'll probably give you more updates on that. Can I ask, the DNA swabs for dogs' DNA was on the victim's clothes or wounds? Lady Livana Rose, you can ask all you want. The problem is, Lady Livana Rose, no one knows. They said, I believe, do you know what? I don't actually remember what they said now. I believe it was from the clothes, I believe. But there's no pictures, there's no documents, it was never documented. It could have been up a pig's ass, as far as we're concerned. We don't know officially because no one took any pictures. No one took. We just got to believe what they said. I believe they said off the clothing, but it's just wrong. It's not Kelch. That's the one. Kelch. There we are. PA's got a Kelch. No, it was his mother, the other side, I believe, not his own mother. It was I don't remember where he was, but yeah. What if any would marry? But Turtleboy had to say he had to go back in, and hang on, there's tweets, you know. Okay, no, tweets coming back in. So tweets coming back in, court's coming back in. So court is coming in, so we'll most likely do a Facebook Live event during lunch to catch up you all up. Running out of time. There we are. If Jessica does do a live, I'll just stream it here for you guys. No swaps from the room. Yeah, if we were to believe them, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. If we were to believe them. That's why I'm saying he was up a pig's ass. They were swabbing. Frito said, if you don't fight, I think more of a red flag than people bickering. You bicker because you care and you trust the others to work out differences. If you don't argue, you don't give a shit. No, I agree. I agree. Cup of tea. Is that Tetley? Tetley tea? That's why I drink Tetley. Getting food ready, getting up when he comes back on. Well, we're coming back because Jessica's just tweeted, say, court is on its way back in. And we're not. There we are. Volume's back on as well. Yeah, it was a husband. Oh, it was a husband's side. You're right. It's the husband's mother who was fighting John O'Keefe for custody. Did anyone else hear that John's niece is in public school? I heard Jen talked the family into not sending her to the private school that John O'Keefe was so excited about. No, I didn't know that. That's disgusting. Don't put. Yeah, these people. So we said, yes, a full day today. It is a full day today. Full day today because it's the only day of court this week. Do you know what? It is. Thank God. I'm absolutely fucking knackered, if I'm being honest with you. Streaming takes a lot out of you. I'm absolutely knackered. Truth, though. There we are, Cynthia. That's true. Especially the streaming it takes a lot out of you when it's like this, nothing happening. It's like, mothers, come on. Come on. So they're back at the courthouse, but they're not fucking. They must be on sidebar somewhere. And also, I hope people pick out Lally, disgusting human being, for I hope they've got in the notes jury going, Lally, disgusting human being for putting children up for that. Oh, there we are. Joni agrees. Hello, Joni, my darling. Hope you're well. Nothing to do with any of this. Here we go. We're back. Guess who's back? Court is back.
Thank you. Maybe Steve, go back.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Step one. May stand and face the clerk. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the underscript of the court and jury of the case now here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you. Sit to stick.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, R-I-C-E. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible, so
Too far away. Is that better?
that's perfect. Thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency, sir?
So residency is there's several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And it's, where you've given like didactic or individual cases. Assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that to the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes.
And is there a particular shift, or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of his testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute, the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, we can just review those.
So Eliza Little is going to be crossing. Good. I like Eliza. She's good. Yeah, they got allergies, people. They got allergies on the stand. So.
Okay.
Oh, here we go already. Right, hang on. I got this. For those that missed it. Oh shit. Hang on. Those that missed it. This is the quote from Yannetti today. From Dr. Turtleboy on X. I'm sorry that you were made to come here today. David Yannetti's only statement to John O'Keefe's nephew after he was forced to testify for no real reason against Karen Reid. That's impactful. Hey Mexi, I hope you're okay. I did see your message. I was just bombarded. I can't get back to her messages at the minute. But I hope you're okay, my darling. Thanks for popping in. She is good, and I think we need to use her more. You know, I think they need to use her more, which I think they will. It says Pride Arbor with a wig. No, not cross. Basically, Lally wants to introduce the document, and he wants the doctor to have the document in front of him at all times. Elizabeth Little, Attorney Little asked to view it, and she's asked for Attorney Little now asked for a sidebar. Linda says, as a grandmother, I would personally look after my grandchildren than allow my single son.
Here you go, doctor. This is for you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's for identification.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to? look at the chart here. Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So, as in, he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood is providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart from Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain, and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, or is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, you know, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, you know, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation, or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, you know, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline, so the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So, you know, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I, at 12:20, were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature, my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? The normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline, or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe. What, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So, as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr.
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was, death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document.
Mm-hmm.
Direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations, or let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
So if I could just stop you there, as far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like, where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. He also, I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasions, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, what is, like, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another document, just asked you to look at that to the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subjects to the redactions.
Thank you.
This is exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that her, at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note. So
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to Section 12? Do you recall?
Yes.
And with regard to Section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which again involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that a Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to the Section 12, as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So but to answer your question, 93.
May I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just. I'm directing your attention to a tab portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 contains within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Is that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay. You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for.
Sorry, what was that? Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
Yes. You can take a look at that.
All right, so
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection
course.
fresh?
yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the.
Sure.
So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
Yes.
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye,
Mm-hmm.
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees, correct?
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture, correct?
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions. Okay, Mr. Lally?
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers if that answers your question.
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that?
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulsing, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention on document indicates discharge and clinical impression. If you could just read from that, look up when you finish. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you...
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
May I approach this to retrieve them?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
He did not like Miss Little, let's be honest. He did not like her at all. Lunch break now, people, lunch break. I presume.
Rather than words, 10 minutes of one. Jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? People seem to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Hyde know. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
No, I can.
Thank you. Maybe see.
All right, so as far as the redactions that you think should be there, Ms. Little, and you perhaps don't, Mr. Lally, I don't know if the testimony opened the door any on some of what may or may not have been there. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't seen it. So the two of you talk, and if you're not in agreement, I would like a copy of both by 1:15 so that I can decide it before it goes in, and then it will be the next exhibit, either with or without the additional redactions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, fine. I don't know what happened there. He did not like Ms. Little, let's be honest. Sorry, I'm trying to do timestamps at the same time here.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
I don't care what you say. So 4:30, we're coming back. Right, hang on. Hang on. Let me try and sort this out. So 12 to 1:30. Okay. Right, hang on. I've got to put timestamps in. Now I've lost my page now. Which was that one? 4:56. 4:56. Lunch break. Right, I got a video to play for you. What was this? That was okay. Right. That was interesting. I mean, I know some people said that, he's droning on, whatever, but I think that was very, very good for the defense. Very, very good for the defense, indeed. Because Ms. Little went step by step. There's nothing there. Also, somebody just said the broken bones and stuff will be shown on X-ray and autopsies and stuff like that. So there's nothing. That was great. For me, he just came across that he was did not want to answer the questions. Like, he could have just answered the question about there was no injuries below the neck and just been like, no, there wasn't, nothing noted. But he made her go through the head, shoulders, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, all that. Like, that's what I mean. It's just, I'm not saying he did hate her, but I didn't like his energy with her. But right. I think he just turned up. I don't think he reviewed anything. In fairness, I don't know his situation, to be fair, guys. He could have been just come off a 16-hour shift. He sounded drowsy. He sounded like he had congestion and stuff like that. I thought he was okay up until he was a bit arsey at the end there. I was like, why are you being arsey for? We're not trying to say you're the killer or you didn't do anything wrong. The defense just trying to get to the truth. That's all. So I thought he was okay. I mean, look, I wouldn't want to be a doctor. He's not a public speaker. So, I mean, yeah, was he great with this? No. Would he make you fall asleep? Yes. But again, he's not a public speaker. So, but it's weird to me he didn't review his stuff either. But also we found out that most of the work is done by nurses and stuff, so. Okay, take that down. Darcy's a loser with the ladies. Which one? Because the Lally is the best either. Right, hang on. Let me just put this off. Because we are. So this is a video that Di sent to me. It's half an hour long. How can you spot a lie comparing Gemma Cave and Kerry Roberts' testimonies? So let's play this. Share screen. I'll play this for you. I've not seen this, but some of you may have not either. So if anyone interested to see this, I'll play it like that. I'll move me and Sean, so you don't have to look at us. 'Cause I am the one. I'll pull myself off, pull Sean up because in case he comes back. Right, so here you go. If it's crap, blame Die. The Druid. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go, go.
The three of you get out of your respective vehicles. What happened?
So
after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
Can you spot a lie? Do you remember Pinocchio's paradox? If he lies intentionally, his nose will grow. But if he makes a false prediction, well, technically, his nose won't grow. There is a rhyme that illustrates yet another way of lying. You may remember it. It goes something like this. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Your tongue is as long as a telephone wire. The saying means that there is a difference between telling a lie and stretching the truth. We are going to compare two witnesses answer the same question from Karen Reed's trial. She is the woman who is accused of killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, by running him over and leaving him to die outside in the freezing cold. Karen Reed's boyfriend, John O'Keefe, had failed to return home after they were on a night out. She had called Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts to look for her boyfriend, who, they didn't know where he was. Let's watch a segment of Jen McCabe giving testimony when the Commonwealth prosecutor asked Jen McCabe what happened when they had first arrived at John O'Keefe's house to look for him. So we're going to listen to that, and then I'll come back to you.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Miss Roberts' attention?
The back right.
So passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked taillight?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay. Okay, I've stopped it right there because the prosecutor for the Commonwealth will be playing a ring cam of the 3 women arriving at Officer John O'Keefe's house. Remember, he is Karen Reed's boyfriend at the time. But let's talk about what we just heard Jen McCabe say. Rewind if you need to, but basically she says, as soon as they arrived to John O'Keefe's house, they got out of the car, had a whole conversation with Karen Reed being hysterical about the broken taillight, and Karen Reed showed them the taillight as soon as they got there, right? And we heard that Carrie Roberts, rushed them to go into the house. There's not much that we can misinterpret, is there? As she is very clear. So we can analyze and look for deception. I'm going to play you a short clip of Paul Ekman discussing signs of lying. And so that you know who Paul Ekman is, he is an American psychologist and he has written many books. Some you may have heard of, like Telling Lies, Clues to Deceit in the Marketplace, Politics and Marriage. And if you still don't recognize who Paul Ekman is, you may have seen a series called Lie to Me, a Fox TV show with 3 seasons. In the description, it reads that the series is loosely based on Dr. Paul Ekman's work in the field of micro expressions. While the show is rooted in actual science, it is exaggerated for drama that uses body language for crime solving. So let's watch the signs to look out for.
We have observed some fragment of the shrug, a slight rotation of one hand or slight raising of just one shoulder when people are lying. It typically directly contradicts the confidence, certainty, or affirmation that occurs in the accompanying words. As with other signs of lying we have discovered, its absence means nothing. Its presence is revealing.
Dr. Ekman also tells us about looking for signs that just don't fit in with what's being said from a person's baseline. So, touching the face when they're thinking about answering, shaking the head no when they're answering in the affirmative, word distancing. So, are they saying the defendant and other times saying Karen? That would be, distancing themselves when they use the word defendant, and rapid eye blinking. So, if you're interested in the research of Dr. Ekman, Paul Ekman, then he does many videos that you can watch for free. And I think that's great news. So now that you have some signs of what to look for, I will play the clip again, but I've backed it up just a bit so that you can get the full picture. See if you can see any signs of lying.
At some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight, and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that point, you make your way downstairs. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming.
And where was the screaming coming from?
Out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
When you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were operating Miss Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that vehicle?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as a camera or anything like that?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You backed the vehicle out of the driveway
Mhm.
and you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes,
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in the straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Miss Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Miss Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind you, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, "Look, see, I have a cracked taillight."
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Miss Roberts' attentions?
The back right.
So the passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, "Look, look." And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked taillight?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Court's permission, I would ask to publish just a short portion of, actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from the driveway. Ms. McKay, directing your attention up to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
If we could run this in its entirety.
Did you catch it? Am I missing something? They didn't have a conversation. They didn't even look at the taillight when they arrived. They went straight into the house. I didn't even see Carrie Roberts talk to them, rushing them. I didn't see any of that. What's going on? What have I missed? Do you guys see the same thing? So, what's going on? Is she stretching the truth? And why would she do this? Now I want you to hear Carrie Roberts' testimony in contrast to Jan McCabe's testimony. Carrie Roberts also arrived at John O'Keefe's house at the same time as Karen Reed and Jen McCabe. So she was asked the same questions by the Commonwealth prosecutor, but see if you can catch what Carrie Roberts let slip. Let's take a look.
Observations, and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth. Where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway, video number 154. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser point. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they are.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay. Do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone.
How do you know he had it on his phone?
Because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch the sleeve on that or something.
Now that I've seen it a couple of times, I've caught something else that happened. The Commonwealth prosecutor played the ring camera before he asked the questions. And did you catch what she let slip? She said she thought she had looked at the taillight when they arrived, but after seeing the ring cam, it must have been when they were leaving. Why is this important? Because the defense for Karen Reed was able to confirm that Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts went over their timelines together before they were ever questioned by law enforcement. So the Commonwealth prosecutor was able to clean up the timeline through Kerry Roberts' testimony instead of relying on her memory as he did with Jen McCabe. He played the clip first, so she wasn't caught out like Jen McCabe was. So we've got two very different accounts. Kerry Roberts' account was that when they were looking at the taillight, it wasn't as chaotic. Jen McCabe's account was that I think she embellished her account, to be fair, saying that she could not see the taillight because of the snow. So which one is true? One saw a lot and the other one hardly saw anything. So that's a bit worrying. The other worrying issue I had was that Jen McCabe said, you know, she even detailed it more, saying that Kerry Roberts rushed them in the house. So that was completely different and didn't match up with the ring camera. Jen McCabe also embellished the story of when Karen first called her, and she said that Karen told her that her and John O'Keefe had a fight. Given the number of deception indicators, I'm not sure that Karen Reed had said that. It also appears like Jen McCabe is stretching the truth, or to insinuate, I should say, that Karen Reed is guilty of something. Whereas Kerry Roberts, when she tells her account, it's more like Karen Reed was worried about everything. Why would Jen McCabe be stretching the truth? The Paul Ekman Group did a study, and the reason why people deceive or mislead us with the truth is they want to avoid punishment, or they are protecting someone else. Because if the lie is discovered, that person could lose their freedom, their job, their reputation, or their life. I think these reasons for lying fits in nicely with Karen Reed's defense team's theory that John O'Keefe was beaten up by someone in the house. You see, John O'Keefe was a police officer at another police officer's house, who Jan McCabe's sister is married to. His name is Brian Albert, the homeowner, where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on their lawn and later died. Why did these witnesses all avoid saying Colin Albert was even at the party? The defense was able to establish that Colin Albert had a bit of a temper when he drank. Why did Jen McCabe's daughter suddenly produce text evidence that she collected Colin Albert? And she also says that she collected Colin Albert, gave him a ride home before John O'Keefe even got there. I did a video on this where you can judge for yourself. Is her text evidence fabricated? Yeah, go to my playlist and watch. Let me know what you think. The other issue I have is that Colin Albert's parents also told, I don't know if it's a lie, but it certainly was deceiving about what time they got home and when they say Colin got home. And there was a video cam of when they left, and there is a bit of discrepancy there. So why would they lie about it? Who are these people protecting? In my opinion, Jen McCabe's testimony has signs of deception. I see this all the time in hearings where a witness will give testimony that has truth mixed in with their agenda. So what do you think? Do we have a bit of liar, liar, pants on fire? Is Jen McCabe stretching the truth? And we're only halfway through the Commonwealth's witnesses, so there's a fair way to go. When a jury hears conflicting evidence, they get to decide the credibility. They can disregard some of it, all of it, or none of it. They get to decide if Jen McCabe was more credible or less credible than Kerry Roberts. And if witnesses give false testimony because they have an agenda, we run the risk of an innocent person being found guilty and sent to prison for a crime they did not commit. So establishing the truth is essential to justice. It is essential for the victims and their families. By leaving a comment, you may help someone else that will read your comment. And of course, I love to read all comments as they are valued, and together we can be more informed. And this information may help you or someone you know. In the meantime, on this channel, you'll find a variety of playlists to suit every curiosity about the justice system. And we provide you with a visual to information and the process. Going through a legal worry is devastating, and the Who Knew and Why Me playlists are designed to help you or someone you know. So please like this video if you like this kind of content. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell if you want to be notified when I'm going live or upload another video. I'm Karen Cole from Legal Minded Friends. Information is power, meaning if you know something, you can make decisions that are right for you.
Okay, Legal Minded Friends. That was shout out to her. I put a link, her name in the description box as well. But you see, Legal Minded Friends. I didn't watch it.
Do you want to see some cool
no, I don't.
features?
No, I don't. But thank you anyway, Karen Cole. So Karen Cole, UK lawyer, Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole. There you go. So thank you to Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole, for that video. Hope it was insightful to you all. Right, let me get that out. Sean's on his way back as well. Let's have a look here. Right, so Ted Daniels said, want to confirm this before posting. The ER doc tested that Karen Reid's serum alcohol levels 93 mg over DL. According to interwebs, the BAC back is found by moving the decimal point 3 places to the left, making it 0.93. I still don't know what that means, but thank you, Ted. LJ, do you realize that what a huge benefit victory it is for Karen that nowhere in the doctor's report did EMS say Mr. Keefe may have been hit by a car? Huge. Huge. It is. LJ, it was huge. Huge. Let me put Law and Crime back on then. Are you sure?
Buddy, wow. I must say.
What?
What is up with this doctor?
I know. He's a bit
Holy.
Like the way I described it was I give him a bit of a grace right at the start because he might be coming off a 16-hour shift. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Whatever. He's got allergies. Fine. The only thing I don't give him grace for is right at the end the way he was towards Attorney Little. I thought he was a little bit of a bitch towards her. I was like,
right, but he seems half brain dead. I mean, granted, he doesn't have any professional skills at testifying, but at least he could answer a goddamn question.
Yeah, he's very
It was
evasive.
like pulling teeth with this guy.
At the end, he was very evasive. I didn't like him by the
Oh,
end.
even with Lally, he wasn't that great, and he was spotted in the DA's office this weekend. He was definitely being prepped. It's almost like he's never seen these questions before.
Well, this is why I don't get it. What's he got to? He's got nothing to gain or lose here. Just tell the truth, dude.
Right,
Just
exactly.
speak the truth.
One thing we know, there was never anything about John getting hit by a car.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah.
We know that now. That's official.
But he was, yeah.
Right, don't. No, I'm just saying, and the fact that, this should have been an important event in his career, all right? And to see a Boston police officer under these circumstances, and he's trying to paint it off that his only job was to make sure he got him the proper resuscitation protocols. Oh, okay, well, okay. Poor John, he didn't come back to breathe, and we got him warm enough, and now he's dead. That's it. I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm really, really, really upset at this doctor. He didn't give justice to John O'Keefe. Now you're going to lay it off on a friggin' medical examiner who's not going to say how even John died. I mean, this is, I hate to say it, piss poor service. It's horrible. So, anyways.
This is now a trial of hacks and quacks. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, I get your view. I'll say I probably am a little bit more graceful towards him because I don't know his.
But he's a medical professional. I mean, think about it. Do you really? I would never want to be seen by this doctor. Oh my God,
no! But why?
I mean, he looks like a hack. I don't even know if. I mean, I know he went to William and Mary, and I mean, come on.
Why
looks
was
like
he
a serious
reading
hack?
other people's reports though? I mean, why that? Like, it's not even his own report he was reading.
I know. He says, I wouldn't characterize that way. Well, guess what? You never wrote it down.
Yeah, that was a sign of yeah.
Jesus.
It is what it is. Do you know, hey, look, at the end of the day, this was he was a great witness for the defense. He was great.
Oh, hell yeah.
Overall.
No doubt.
So that's why I'm a little bit like, I don't really care because he was great. So
Right.
at the
I'm
end
not
of it.
sure if the kids had much of an impact either. Right.
I'd be interested to hear more from Turtleboy and Jessica
Right.
and stuff.
Right.
Because we know what they said and what the answers
Right.
were. But we don't know the demeanor, what the jury thought, what the court thinks, and stuff like that. But
Right.
Jennifer keeps tweeting about Mrs. O'Keefe crying again and people consoling her. And it's just a little bit like, look, again, sympathy for her, but she needs to be out of the courtroom. She has to be out of the courtroom
Yeah.
if that's the case. Because it is it's bad for Karen. Because it only takes, because Jessica says all the time, there's two jurors that whenever she cries, all they do is look at her. They don't
Right.
listen to the testimony, they just look at her and they are
Yeah.
sympathetic. It's like, that's bad for Karen, potentially.
Well, hopefully they're looking at her at other times also. Because there are some times that she looks like a very hardened person, right? Which I've heard she has been. Oh, by the way, I believe the gentleman next to Paul O'Keefe is the brother to the children's father that passed away. I believe he's at Furbush. I believe.
Okay.
So
Sea Dog, our friends, got to say, Sean, were you as surprised as me to hear from Sully that a young Matt McCabe was known for?
I got to tell you, yeah, Sea Dog, that surprises me. Yeah, because I don't do. Well, maybe he would be in that time frame. I don't know. I'll have to check those times out.
Yeah, a lot of people are didn't think that he was a great witness.
Right.
Really sad to think he was in charge of saving John O'Keefe's life. Rachel, yeah. But also,
Yeah.
it surprises me how much nurses and stuff do as well, because they rely so much on the nurses.
Right. No, that's true. I mean,
You know.
but this guy put zero effort into his testimony. I mean,
but why? You said there, I didn't realize. Again, I was wrong because this morning I did say it. I didn't realize he was prepped all weekend and stuff. I
yeah,
forgot that we covered
but
that.
it's not even that. I mean, he knew this day was coming. All these people knew, and I got to tell you, his professionalism is down the toilet as far as I'm concerned. He was a horrible, horrible witness. Probably the worst witness to date. And he's a medical professional.
How can he pump the heart with no blood? Good question. I have no idea. I mean, there's nurses and stuff in the chat, so hopefully
Right.
they can answer that better
Yeah.
than me. And
Well, Mary Nisby, she was on my show. She's a mod now in the Going Through the Motions group. Nurse Kim, I mean, I would love to hear what they say about this doctor. And I'll tell you, he's very arrogant. It was very condescending. This is a trial, all right? He's asking about, is this what we're here about today? I heard that. I almost fell off I was driving. I almost crashed. When he said, is this the date where I think Lally said something about the 29th. He says, oh, is this the date we're talking about today in this case? I mean, come on. Are we really, is this for real?
But yeah, no, that's fine.
Did you hear him say that, or was I?
He said something. The date, and he says, "Well, if that's the date of this incident, then yes."
Yeah,
you want him to
that's
confirm.
why we're here. I mean,
I
he
don't
knew
know.
why he was there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, we saw that Miss Wee Lassie, but yes, I think that was powerful. He had apologized to the son for having me talk to court today. That was a kick in the teeth for Lally. This is the same effing judge that threw the widow Cindy Chesney out of the trial of her husband
For crying. Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is, I said this early. She wasn't going to miss this trial, that judge, for anything, because she wants the limelight. She wants that limelight.
Yeah, I've always said that from day one, that the only reason she let this go to trial is for her own benefit, and here we are. Here we go. It's very, very. Canterbury Tales have got a question. Fucking hell, how many questions have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions for Sean. What's the difference between God and an ER doctor? God knows he isn't a doctor. There you go.
Right, that's true.
It was supposed to be that he was an effing moron. Die.
I'm serious. I'm shocked.
There you go, Kerry. Yes, Judge Alito moment from the
exactly. I'm actually shocked at this doctor. I mean,
well, who's next? Is there another doctor next then? Because he must be in the medical field now. We're going through.
You would think the next logical person would be the medical examiner. You would think.
Maybe,
but, with Lally, he's so erratic with this story. I mean, he's not following what I would call the logical flow. I mean, the kids. I mean, I don't know. It's just.
It's interesting. A lot of the YouTubers, the law tubers, are saying like he's got it completely wrong. They should have started with Jen McCabe, then Kerry Roberts, then Higgins. They should have started that way.
Even Coffin Daffer said that. I don't agree with his order of proof. That she said that.
Yeah.
Because he's definitely lost the jury as far as proving his case. We're day 18. We don't have anything. We have nothing. That shows that Karen Reed killed anyone.
Mike, it's something you can watch another time. It's not. He basically said the abrasions were scratches, and there was no other injuries on him. But then he didn't want to say. Elizabeth Attorney Little said, "So there's no broken bones." He said, "Well, I can't say that." It's like why can't you say that?
That's right. You can't say because you never did.
There you
go. Never reported it. And she had to go through the litany. She just said, isn't it true? The only injuries he had that day was above the neck. And he goes, I wouldn't characterize it that way. Or some bullshit. Wow.
Also, his own report, he was like, do you not remember your own, Elizabeth Little was saying, do you not remember, why didn't you put something in your own report?
Right.
And they showed there was nothing in the report that
Right.
was about the vehicle hit
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
You telling us that you don't remember anything? I forget what point she was on, but
Yeah.
she made him look like a fool. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the sad part about healthcare in America today. This is what we're exposed to.
And look at this. Little G says, coffin twaffer. She's now chirping how the jury isn't impartial. Oh, fuck, you know.
How the hell would she know that? Seriously.
That's what I mean, Lou. He was very rude to Miss Little. Very rude to her. Anyway. Oh, my God. We are here.
Well, you know, I remember that. She said, would giving you the report to refresh your memory help you? He goes, I guess you want to give it to me, right? Well, yeah, because you can't remember a friggin' thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he's out of the way.
So Jessica says, saw the judge, Bev, out of her robe, walking back to chambers. And let me just say, Karen is not the only well-dressed woman here in court. Oh,
yeah.
There you go. Judge Bev is well-dressed.
Maybe she's having interviews with Dateline.
Maybe she probably is. Bailey, the doctor should have no dog in this fight. Just the facts, ma'am.
That's
Yes,
correct. That's
Bailey.
correct, Bailey. That's absolutely correct.
Here we go. To the pit. I bet you $100 that the doctor relied totally on the nurse and stood back 100%.
Right. Absolutely. They are the pulse of that room. They really are.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You don't realize until they rely so much on nurses.
Right.
So we're back. Well, hang on. We are alive. No, I know we're live because people.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. People start shouting at me in chat. With,
I don't know. Ask the doctor. Ask the doctor. Are we live?
Oh my God. What else we got here?
So I did post on the page today. I'm not going to do a recap tonight. Okay. Something came up. I can't do it tonight. However, I will do a recap sometime before we come back on Monday. All right. It just yeah.
Oh, you got plenty of time. You got plenty of time anyway.
Plenty of time, right?
Nico 2020 says, Sean, I know Bev outside of court, and she really is a good person. Wondering if she took this case for the stardom. I think so. And she probably is a lovely woman. So it's not a character, it's just she's doing a job, and I don't think she's doing it well.
She seems very articulate. I mean, what impressed me the most was when she had this interaction with the jury the first day, and I said to myself, "Wow." She didn't have any papers. She was talking, to the jury, and I said, okay, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Some of her rulings, though, I question, but she probably is a very, very lovely person. I mean, come on, she's a judge.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Kiki.
Kiki D.
Lisa said, yes.
Don't go breaking my heart.
Don't go breaking my heart. Here we go. Right. You're too tired, Sean. We love you and want you to rest.
No, it's not. No, I wish there's going to be some technical difficulties coming here at about 5:15. So it's just what it's going to be. But I will be back. Trust me.
Guess who's back? Shawnee's back. Oh, here we go. And Court's back as well.
Got the fan. Where are we?
Here we go. No, let's go to the other one.
Who could it be? Now they switched it up. The guy in the beard, that's not a Furberg. Maybe
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Step right up. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just wind itself. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay. Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate. I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was, at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with the chief of resident in pathology with my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearney?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015, but I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. I'm also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years, and there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window where the CAP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. As probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, is there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be, drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
And would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, Doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency departments, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, Doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, Doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department at Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So we come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomists, they get an initial training, and there's a or they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what their job, what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you 2 sets of documents. You can just look at those and then
Okay.
And just in general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to?
There are 2 of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those 2 policies that you have before you, were those policies what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again here?
Okay.
I will seek to introduce in a minute the next 2 exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next 2 exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to excuse me. I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, may I approach again, Your Honor? Just
yes.
Sure.
Your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to the lab results for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed.
Yes,
And what is it reported as, sir?
it is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place of the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is concerned?
Okay, so
before you do that, doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay. So at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process. The doctor will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and we'll also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw, and use the correct tube. They'll go through their process of one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have 2 forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Make sure before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for alcohol.
All right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine, and then it drops, and it's fine, and then it drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the microphone.
I'm going to bring it really close.
All right, this should be better with.
And hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too. One is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system. And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it. And that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells, there are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood, and the only way to get that plasma portion or the watery solution of the blood is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast, and it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also, in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. When somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole blood, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. If you look in the literature, it can be 86%, or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training and experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as testing from serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. So I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it, and it's there is if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist, it happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately, it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And that lab results done pursuant to the testing and the policies and protocols and everything in your lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're in a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree. Not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient, and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any tests or lipids, high levels of lipids or hemolysis or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
Sure. So there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any tests that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH. And I can't imagine if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would, it wouldn't be that high of a.
As you testified, the goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything, no.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that our result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Right, just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh, okay, I'm sorry if I, thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
Nicholas Roberts.
Nicholas, go on, you're live, so. What do you think?
Who's Nicholas Roberts?
I don't know. That guy just bored everyone, I think.
My God, this guy is awful. I mean, yeah, she did it. End of story, Dylan.
Yeah.
We cannot tell when she had her last drink. I mean, they could have ended this. I mean, the defense could have ended. Doctor, when did Karen Reed have her last drink? I don't know, sir. I don't know, ma'am. That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
True.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
that
an
was-
age-old tactic, you know? But the bottom line is, who's to say when she got home at 12:41, pissed off, a couple of nightcaps. Come on. She's waiting up, more drinks, waiting up, more drink. Who knows? The thing is, right? That whole thing meant nothing. Zero.
It's interesting that the jury are paying a lot of attention to it, though. Do you know what I mean? Because they must be confused.
Muted.
Turn the fans on.
They're on.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence give the court and jury in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands, where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what if any are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what if any proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as an ISO 17025, but we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
Oh. So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, 1s and 2s, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is the serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that with something finished. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, where the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness stand?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the exhibits. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of forensic science, and can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience, what is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital, yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
And as far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, they come from sort of different population bases. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid, it makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records, what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are, or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. We have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages. And it goes all the way up, isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see, or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Now, sir, are you also familiar through your training and experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with a calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We'd need to know, one, for sure, what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which they alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom, as time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is it?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that and look up Infinity. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what, if any, difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What, if any, impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we implied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram % per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations, when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, what if any calculation, what if any result did you come from with your calculations as it pertained to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially reporting in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what if any result did you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
And so that range that you receive is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations. They're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using two different elimination rates that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
I could have one moment, John.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let him, go ahead, you
Sorry.
can answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, that's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood. You're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You
Yes.
agree with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Excellent.
Oh,
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, you discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of, hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
You you'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good. Your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Check.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Straight, please.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink, if there was another drink in between there. It just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Okay.
You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And to be
Yes.
clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotta to the stand.
Very good witness. Very good witness.
Yeah, he was very good, very animated, very knowledgeable, educated. And you know something? They cannot prove when she had her last drink.
Nope.
Not at all.
Lally fucked up there as well.
Oh, big time. Did he ever?
Maintaining your face to court.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since 82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton.
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
Since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury or what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, if I could turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks?
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows. So there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
the large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
And as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
If they are pickup trucks, are usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Just look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Commonwealth is seeking to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 109. Thank you.
Trotta, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what's listed as W&S/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W&S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
Sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a Town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much would it be, taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in a big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving, or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, excuse me, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
Can I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Trotta. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It's fairly big news at the time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name By the Yard, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
you have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him, that's who BL was, but I did I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you are asking me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes.
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
That's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not.
Sir, that means you
Don't answer that question. I think he's gonna ask one that's an appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
All right.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
No.
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
No.
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
No.
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
The highway department supervisor?
Yes.
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes.
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
If they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lowry.
Let me just have a moment, please. Sure. Can I approach
The witness or the sidebar?
the witness?
Yes.
Sorry. You have reading glasses as well,
Well, I have, yes.
and you're able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir, and I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
It appears to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yeah. All right, Mr. Trotta, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
Bloody hell.
That was
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Oh, fuck. Oh, how do you spell this name, chat? Chat, spell this name for me, Huckster.
well. Robert was that was absolutely worthless.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that you have to give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I take the state.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoke?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I am the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The
how
what?
long have you been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of professional services?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
So you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police would be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach you?
Yes. Trooper Donna reached out. We had a phone conversation. We had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequiside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specific timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequiside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property is and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequiside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farm?
Yep, Pequiside, Pequitside.
Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequiside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequiside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are those, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, indoor, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras, at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they're all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing, or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DVW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DVW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video time frame that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it? No.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. May we approach?
Okay.
That's not even the fucking disc.
This is crazy.
Oh
This
my God.
is crazy.
You know.
Are you serious? Come on.
I mean, there's no chain of custody. It doesn't seem. He's just put something. Oh, this is.
What the hell is it? What is this excuse going to be?
This is
the case in chief. He sat with this guy. He showed him the evidence. He's going to present him. If he didn't, he's a fool.
Wow. Wow.
They're bumbling fools, man. I'll tell you.
It's embarrassing. I hope the jury see all this because it's like, Lally asks to confirm the evidence. He's reluctant to confirm because it's not the original. You see, so that's the way he gave. It's like if I'm a jury, going, what? Where's the original then? If they can't find the original, it's like Rut-row, as Lulu Mum says. Rut-row. I imagine he's just going to say, well, can we just agree that this is...
All right, so we both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes.
Fuck's sakes.
Hand that to Madam Clerk. Slide I'm sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish portions from those.
Hold on. Yeah, Mark.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street. And the intersection here is at Sherman. And this is Washington, the longest street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of the town hall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen, if you could take that down and just put up the 5 to 6. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day, January 20th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
I may have one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jutras.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Did
I
you do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6?
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No. Because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30, yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specific with conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you have the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do?
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you were
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, You didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Nothing further, thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Right, sir, you are all set. Any other witness?
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach just on?
There you go.
He
Wow.
wasn't prepared for the extra half hour.
No. Well, to be fair to him, I'll give him credit here. No one's prepared for it because Bev kicks them all out
Sure.
at 4
That's true.
o'clock. Do you know what I mean? So give him some grace there.
Right. Yeah, I'll give him that. I mean, he had enough.
Well, he did. To be fair, he had lots of witnesses
Right.
today.
So it's great they were establishing this. I mean, with the fact that these troopers knew that these videos would be gone after 30, one of them was going to be gone after 30 days. I mean, they really did give them a huge gift. We don't know what they did. He doesn't know what they did. You know?
That is, I'll be honest with you, that witness was great for the defense.
Yeah, he really is. He really is.
You know, I know he's smug, whatever, but he was great for the defense.
Right.
Right. He's fantastic.
I mean, when guys want to frame someone, that's a gift. That was a gift.
Yeah.
We just gotta wait 30 days, and then we can do whatever the hell we want.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a huge gift.
We had Wendy's asking, was that 7 with it? So we had Wendy, Higgins, and a further 7. So we had 8 witnesses
8
today.
Wow,
in
that's
total.
pretty good. Yeah.
8 in total. So I think I'll give a Lally grace here. I think that's 8 is reasonable. Because you don't want to have too many witnesses taking time off from work.
No.
And you know, it's hard to time it.
So you are unmuted. In fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today. And I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period of time. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me, please.
Just see if they put anything on the record again.
Right. So 2 days off next week, huh?
Yeah.
All right, and for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling.
So, so we got Monday full day, Tuesday off, Thursday, Wednesday full day. Did you say Wednesday full day?
Yes.
Thursday half day but finish at 12, and Friday off.
Friday off. Well,
So 2.5 days.
So we should be hearing some law enforcement coming up soon. We should be hearing the forensic evidence,
Mm-hmm.
the GPS. I don't know how the hell they're going to get the primary amount of evidence Proctor submitted. He touched it. He's in the chain of custody. How the hell are they going to do this?
Well, again, it goes back to the whole thing of he's not the lead; he's a joint lead
Right.
detective, so they're only calling one.
Right. But
you know,
yeah, I guess. All right. Well,
it looks bad. It looks bad. I think Lali's just rolling the dice. He's rolling the dice to go right, and also he prefers to have Proctor with a defense because he gets to finish with Proctor, if that makes sense.
Right.
So he gets to lead against Proctor, where if he
Right.
calls him, he can't lead, even though it's atrocious, it's bad, it's awful.
Right.
But to him, he might be like, "Fuck it, let's roll the dice on this one."
So, but Jackson and company get to say to, let's say, whoever it is, like
Yeah.
Fanning or Yuri, but you weren't the lead detective,
Yeah.
were you? You weren't the lead detective. You didn't really find this on this day. You're just reporting what the other lead detectives said, right? I mean, they will muddy the waters,
Yeah.
big time,
Yeah.
no doubt.
But they will, and Lali will try to repair it. It's a risk for him, Lali.
It's a big risk.
It might work out. We don't know. Because also the jury might not think it's weird. They might think it's a little bit weird, but they might think it's normal. We don't know. They don't have any. Well, they might not have any background in any of this.
No.
I don't know.
But they've heard his name enough now.
Yeah, I agree.
They've heard Proctor,
I agree.
right?
I agree.
So,
no, I agree. It's bad. I think it's bad. But they will hear from him because the defense are calling him. So
yeah.
But then it'll work out better for Lali.
Yeah.
It's risk reward.
Sure.
At least he gets to finish like the recross right at the end with him and stuff
Sure.
like that. So
I just hope that the defense, if they don't call Proctor, I hope the defense calls him their first witness. Get him out of the way.
yeah. And the first question is, have you been a lead detective before? Yes. When you've testified as a lead detective,
Right.
have you always testified for the Commonwealth? Yes.
Sure.
Do you know why you didn't do it for the Commonwealth this time?
Absolutely.
Do you know what I
Get
mean?
right into it.
Yeah.
They're going to attack that weakness right out of the gate.
They need to highlight it though to the jury.
Sure.
To go, this is an unheard of, jury.
Right.
This is awful. Oh, here we go. Right, how many people have you? 733 likes. Please make sure you like before you leave today. If you can, I'd be very grateful. Please like that. Hit that like button on the way out. I'd be very, very grateful. Once this closes, I'll go to Tom's CPU and see what Karen leave, and then we'll call it a day.
You
on
got
that
it, my
one.
friend. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you could drop off whenever you want, Sean.
Sure.
You're
Got
a
a
long
few
day for
minutes.
you. But any final thoughts for you before I know you have to go in a little bit. So.
Like I said, I thought they handled Higgins fine. All right. I thought the emergency ward doctor, was atrocious. I'm getting feedback from Mary Nisby, a couple other nurses. It's just those are the attitudes of the doctors in an ER situation. He's probably, who knows what he's handling that day, but Trotta, who else was up there? I think the state lab guy was great. I thought the other lab, the other Dr. Fowler, whatever his name is, he was atrocious. I mean, come on. But yeah, Karen didn't get hurt at all today. Not at all.
It helped.
Not at all.
Today was a massive, helpful day again for Karen.
And again, no fireworks, right? But the thing is, it just shows how weak I don't know what the impact of the kids had. It just shows how weak this case is. It's weak.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, no, I agree. But also, like even with the kids, the big thing that came out for me is the niece said that Karen didn't have access to the
Right.
to the
So
cameras,
the ring camera system,
which destroys the Commonwealth theory of
Right.
she went upstairs to
Right.
delete it. How could she
Sure.
delete something she hasn't got access for? So that was
Exactly.
a huge win. Everything else, I think, is they argued. Everyone argued. Do you know what I mean? I think it's common sense.
Right.
So, whew, no, I thought today was a really, really good day.
18 days, no blood,
No.
none, zip.
No, and the biggest blood people say is the text messages, but actually that could flip the other way. Well, that gives notice for Higgins. So it depends how you look at these things, you know.
Right.
So
That's true. That's
you know.
true.
Sean, Crofty Cow, Sean, when you going live next, please?
Won't
Crofty
be
Cow.
tonight. It won't be tonight.
No.
I will put a post out. Maybe Dylan, I'll give you a heads up also. Maybe you can put it out to your people, but it won't be tonight. I'm hoping sooner than later.
No, I know. Well, before Monday, isn't it?
Oh no, definitely before Monday. Yeah, I just got to do some scheduling. These contracts are coming back again tonight. We got a meeting. The time frame won't work. So
no, that's fair. Yeah. Thanks, Em. Thanks, Eldon.
Right.
We'll be here until Labor Day. When is Labor Day? I don't even know.
September. First Monday in September, right?
There you go. What week is this for this trial? This is, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th week, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 5th week, Erin.
Right.
For this trial. Jesus
Amazing.
numpty Christ. A
lot of scheduling going on. So, anyways, well, Dylan, I'm gonna jump out right now while I get a break here. And listen, you take it home from me, buddy. All right, and
we will
we'll be in touch on the back end. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine, mate. And might see you chat tomorrow if you're around.
Yeah, for sure, if I can. All right.
No, I'm teasing. You're busy, man. You go and enjoy yourself.
You
see you
good.
later.
Good chat. Bye bye.
Right, so thank you to Sean there. Obviously, as you say, he has not got a what am I saying? He hasn't got a live tonight, but he will have a live. I hope TurtleboyLive live tonight. He was there in person. Bailey, I believe he has got. I think is it Tuesdays? He does stream on Tuesdays. I know who will know. Erin Hack will know, but I believe she does. Vixie by Sean. Dave, you're going to be 69 on Sunday. Hey, happy birthday, Dave. The hamburger. Boston Russo. Right.
Court, all rise.
That's it. Okay. 8:16. I got to put a timestamp on. So 8:16:20, 8:16:20, 8:16:20. End of day and Karen walking out. Right. So what I'll do now. Oh, sugar and spice. All things nice. Read, walk in. Leaving court. So I'm trying to do timestamps for every stream, so it's easy if you want to go back. Now this one's a bit of a mess because I forgot halfway through, but after I've done this stream, I'll go straight away to do the timestamps. So if anyone needs to go back and have a look, right, Tom CPU. I just got too many tabs open. Let me see this then. Let me enlarge this a little bit. Hey, 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 Tom CPU. Where are you, Tom CPU? Here he is. Here we go. Shit screen.
The issue. I'd love to. Trust me.
Right. I'll put him on mute for a second, but there you are, Tom. Tom is there. If you don't follow him, go and follow him. Tom CPU. He's great in the mornings. He's always around. I'll take that one down as well. I don't need to show that anymore. Comments are up. No star, die boy. See you later. It has been a long day today. 8 hours, nearly 8.5 hours today. It's been a long day. So, Bailey says, biggest douche so far, Higgins. Dog, the chapters for replay. Yeah, today's one's a bit of a mess, but thank you, Dog. I'm trying to do it for every episode, but I'm a little bit behind. I've done it for half of them now. But who asked about TV? Yeah, is he got a live stream tonight? Yes, 9 o'clock Eastern. Thank you. Those timestamps are epic and so helpful. Thank you, Heather. I do try. As I say, today's ones are a little bit out of sync so far, but I'll jump on it. If you give me like 15 minutes after this stream finishes, it'll be perfection for you. I've still got about 5 of the streams I need to catch up on as well. So, we'll get there one day. We'll get there one day. Same year. It's been a crap day. Pissing down all day. Pissing down. Okay, where's that gone now? So yeah, right. So just a reminder, tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern, which is 1 o'clock UK time, I will be going live, doing a bit of a Q&A chat with a chat. 9 o'clock, I'm going to do probably about an hour stream then about the Karen Reid, just having a chat with you guys. I want to go through the charges, the 3 charges, go through them, go through what they mean for mass. I'm not going to give legal takes on it. I'm just going to show you what they are, just in case you're not aware. General overview of it, and just have a catch up. I know some of you want or like to have shout outs in the morning, so I'll carry on as long as the need is there. I enjoy doing it. So yeah, a couple of hours tomorrow, off on Thursday, because I got my little niece. My little niece is staying over on Thursday, and then yes, here we go.
I said, I'm very sorry that you made me today. And I meant it. I mean that I thought it was desperate and inappropriate for the DA's office to call children to try to prove a non-existent motive that they failed to prove through their adult witnesses. And I felt badly for them. They should not have been here.
But they're saying that there was motive and there was a lot of fighting and it got worse.
There was. Are you married? Are you married? You ever had a relationship?
My wife and I do.
But they don't keep asking her to move out. No, that's what the children said. He asked her to leave the house. Listen, these children have been. So the children aren't telling the truth. I'm not going to comment. This way.
Thank you. Good. How are you? Off the walk. Thank you. Thanks, great.
Floor in order shit. Floor in order. Thank you, Jody.
Get some rest, ladies. Get some rest. Bye, ladies.
Italiano. I don't know how
Hey,
to make
Mom, we said hello.
Thank you, Sea Dog, as always.
Oh, way to go.
Sorry, guys.
Way to go, Solo. See you, Tom.
Careful. They're running around with all these news cameras. They want to bang you. You guys have a good week and get some rest, okay? Get some rest, guys.
Cheers, Axter. There you go. They're finishing now. I've sort of seen Tony for ages. Where's Tony? I'm not seeing him for a while.
Oh. Ready for a sucky ride home?
Oh, of course, I love these rides home. You know?
Tom, here you go, my friend. You know you're the man.
Big guy.
You're the man.
Here we are again.
Cheers, Sea Dog. Right. Okay, everyone. Let me finish that off. Again, another great day for the defense today, people. Vixie, thank you, my darling. Another great day, unscathed. Karen is very graceful. You're right. I hope so as well. She needs some rest. I mean, they all do. They all deserve a bit of a holiday. Not holiday, but just chill out. I believe that Jackson is back on Wednesday. Let me just, Gary, see you later, my friend. Gary, see you later, buddy. So reminder, Monday. So no court now. Monday, full day till 4:30. Tuesday, off. Wednesday, full day. Thursday, half day up until 12. Friday, off. Fuck. 2.5 days. Fuck. Going to week 6, people. How many witnesses do we say that they got? Hang on. If I can't find it, I'll just do it tomorrow. How the fuck do I get this? Downloads. I downloaded it. I'm not going to download another one. Right, hang on. Why is it doing that for me for? I don't want to open it that way. Just once then. Oh, this new computer. I've not put it up together. Oh no, I've messed it. I've messed it. No, I can't open it. Oh my god, something's gone. I've done something wrong here. I don't know what I've done now. I lost my screen. Oh no, my screen's back. Let me just go into. Let me see how many witnesses he's got left, just to look here. Notifications, threads, pin messages. Right, witness list. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So let me share that with you guys so you can see at the same time as I can. Present. Share screen. I'll do this to finish off then. Hide stream. It's there, Tudley. Oh, no, fine. Okay, yeah, I could do that. No worries. No worries, Tudley. I could do that. Exhibits. Here we go. Right, so we're on witness 50, and we got We got 87. I don't know what I've done. I've done something to Word. I don't know what I've done. Begin 90. You were close. 87. We're on witness 50, people. Look at this, Pembroke. No, it's not Pembroke, was it? It was the other one. I don't remember what it's called. Fucking hell. Sorry about my language, but fucking hell. 87. So 37 potentially more. Yeah, but there are people that aren't on that list, right? There are people not on the list, but Pembroke is my hometown. To park the car, Pembroke. Jesus Christ. Well, if you think about it, we're on week 6. Okay, so give him grace. Week 5, 50. You're talking about, at least another 3 weeks if he calls everyone. And then the defense have got the defense got 77, but a lot of these they won't be called. A lot of them won't be called. A lot of them are there just in case. I'll tell you why they put all these people in: Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert, stuff like that. It's not because they're going to call them. They might do, but it's not because of that. It's because of the shenanigans with the Commonwealth and not calling Trooper Proctor, which is why they have to include all these people. Because imagine if they didn't put Trooper Proctor in here. Where is he anyway? What number is he in? I can't see him. Trooper, 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 dooper, da 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 da. Trooper Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor. That's gonna be fireworks. 49. Where's Trooper Proctor? Where the oh, here he is, 50. Sorry, I missed him. 50. So we got Elizabeth Proctor, his wife, 49, and him 50. This is why. Hey, that's where he wants to be. Hoi, hoi! That's where he wants to be, Erin. Hoi, hoi! 50 he was, so it's fine. This is why they got all these. Most of these are not going to be recalled. Most of them are not going to be recalled with the defense. But they had to put everyone down. Because imagine if they didn't put Brian Albert down, Caitlin, and all these people, then the Commonwealth are not going to call them. So we got it. 50 and a 50, 50, 50, 50. I just want to say I love our little group here, which has gone so big. We don't yell at each other. We don't insult each other. I absolutely love it. Thank you, guys. Joni, it's great. It is great. Now, there are obviously, thank you, people. Thank you, the 50s. There are some trials, and I think Friday is going to be toxic. So Nikolai Mew is going to be toxic. But we'll deal with that when we deal with it. Just be respectful to each other. That's all we ask. Does he, though, to be fair, he looks for nudes of others that he kidnaps their phones. Nudes on the tubes. Who's number 32? Hang on, that's a 32. Louis Jutras, whoever that is. Thank you, Tudley. We try our best. As I say, come back tomorrow. You're welcome to come back tomorrow. I do try and give a shout out. As I say, I always say this. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, people, but I'm some people's cup of tea. Veterinary Lab, Terry Coon. Now, interesting one is, where's this one? Where is it? Where's it gone? Where's the vet one? Or was that the vet? Veterinary Lab. Oh, she was a Veterinary Lab, Terry Coon. She's testified, doesn't she? Joe said, Joni, right? He's so nice. He's laid back and everyone couldn't chat. Thank you. And that's credit to the mods. Now, I will put a caveat on that, Jody. There are times where the chat goes ape shit. The chat does sometimes go ape shit, which are then we've got to be like, right, everyone breathe. Let's reset. Let's get the big guns out. Let's reset. I always say this, right? If you can have an opposite view, but be respectful. That's all I ask. Now, when dies here, it's a bit hard because we just delete his messages. Thank you, Crafty Cow. Agree, disagree, but no major issues. Dylan and Sean have cracked the presentation. Thank you, Crafty Cow. 30 told me with this if he calls them all. Yes. I don't think he can call them all, though. Honestly, I've met the nicer people. Yeah, that's lovely, Joni. Must have the Mass State Police. Oh, do you know what? Actually, in your defense, guys, he might be 32 or something in the Commonwealth one. Which number is he in the Commonwealth one? Hang on. You see, he's a number one on their list, but they won't call him. There you go. Thank you, True Seeker. No, there is. I like to preface here, though, is you guys make the chat. You know, as I say, there are some trials which are frigging toxic, and we try not to. Why are you talking about me like I'm not here again, Till? No, you're right. You know the line is. You shout, but then you do know the line is, which is fine. Jody Lee, he might not call all, but it will be another month probably. You're right. I think so, Lil G. I think so. Which is not good. Especially people asking Sarah Boone and Alec Baldwin started. There's no way you can cover all these trials. Joey says, sorry, Dylan, text. No, never too much. I love to see people text it. I apologize when I miss them. So, Lol Aaron under his wife where he belongs. Not looking forward to Nikolai Mew sensing he should have been found. Well, yeah, look, again, I'm not looking forward to streaming it now because we had about, 10 minutes earlier on where it just kicked off for 10 minutes about it, guilty, not guilty. I'm not looking forward to it at all, to stream it. I just look at it, he's been found guilty, whether we agree or not. I'm dreading Friday already, dreading it. I'm here for Dylan singing British accent. Ah, Tiffany. Let's go, girl. Thanks, Tiff. There we are. Miss Wee Lassie, maybe Lally can bring in 2 witnesses at the time. I mean, it's not like it's complicated. I mean, Jesus, Wee Lass. Do you know what, Wee Lassie, right? So when I was living in Glasgow, people used to say to me, do you know what? I'm just going to go out and get my messages. I'm going to pop out and get my messages. And for about months, I was like that. Pop out to what? Get your messages to what? To the post office. But they meant shopping. Messages with shopping. I never knew that. So I was like, why are you going? You're going to get messages every day. They're like, no, shopping, you idiot. Didn't get it. I have to put my big girl. Yeah, you do. And also, if you ever get your message deleted, don't be offended by it. It just means just chill the F out. That's all it means. We don't like to block people here if we can help it. Still waiting in the interpretive dance, though. Where's Miss Lynn? Oh, we'll have to do it another time. But it's a bit like, because Karen's in the lead here. It's like, let's go, Karen. Let's go, Karen. Do. Today was the first day we actually got through all the witnesses for the day. I know. Wicked psyched. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. I've been missing your intellect in chat. So I know you're busy, though. There'll be a tear shed here. I know. Margin poor Karen with how long this is taking. So dignified. I know. I agree. Crafty cow. Lally needs a stopwatch. Stuffed in his anal. He needs something up there anyway. He needs on the judge to get a thing going. Pressing it. Lally, get on with it. Wait, what? I don't know. Wait, what? Don't know. What is your first language? Welsh. My first language is Welsh. Cymraeg. Siarad Cymraeg. So English is my second language. Ooh, Glasgow. No, I'm Celtic. I've got no allegiances, to be quite honest with you. I only went to watch Celtic once. I never watched Rangers though. Fat Bottom Girls. Oh Jesus Christ. Wee Lassie. Not heard that before. That must be Glasgow. Yeah, they're always like, gonna get out my messages. I'm like, the what? Little 2 messages. Shopping. Yeah, I never heard of it until I lived in Glasgow. Thanks you, Mona. See you. Well, hopefully come and join tomorrow if you fancy it. You know, we'll be live for a couple of hours. Jonathan can't be a little bit of Queen Rhapsody. I don't know the song. I'm trying to think of a Queen song. I just can't. I was going to say, don't stop me now because I'm looking for a good time. But it's not. It's not that song. Dylan always tries to speak to everyone. I'm going to join later today. Thank you, Jody. Yeah, we do try. You don't have to join anything. Just pop into chat. That's all I ask for people pop into chat and support. It's always appreciated. And hey, Bond, not seen you for a while, Bond. Lou, another great day for the defense. Exactly. Thank you for your coverage. I'm not sure what I'm doing the days when this is over. Are you into trials, Lou? I cover trials every day. So, well, not every day, not whilst the current trial is on, but after this, it'll be a new trial. Hopefully, with her being not found not guilty, we're getting to. There's one I want to cover. There's 2 I want to cover. Ashley Benfield, self-defense one, where she killed her husband in Florida, and another one, Boy in the Box, the mother, she's up. But don't mind her. It's more the attorney is awesome, Mark Shiner. So. My boyfriend wants you to say something was Heather Cara Ben, Heather Taylor, Cara Ben, cer nôl I edrych ar ôl dy sbwner. Iawn? Na ferch dda wyt ti. Dwi'n hoffi ti Heather, ti ferch dda, da iawn ti. Diolch i chi gyd am fod yma, hapus iawn bod chi gyd yma. Heather, I just said you're a wonderful person. You'll never know if I said that or not. But Lally just needs a shock and horror collar. Yes, you need something. That's why we stayed up the bum. They're saying up the bum, no harm done or something. Celtic, United, oh, here we go. Now you know how to speak Bostonian. Park the car. Worcester. Or I might go to Peabody. Might go to Peabody, mate. Might go to Peabody. I am definitely coming out to Boston. That's the one promise I will make you guys. I'm definitely coming out to Boston. I don't know when, I don't know how, don't know where, but I'm 100% coming out to Boston. There's too many people that I've met here that are wonderful people. Hopefully, when I do come out to Boston, I can drag Sean with me, and we'll try and do a meetup with a lot of people. I love Dana, Paul, Tracy. Dana, I'm in contact with most days. Hopefully, get them together, get something going. I really want to come out and meet a lot of you in Boston. So he's never heard it. Say potty mouth or something, he says. I just gave you a speech. Shopping thing. The only Welsh I know is Iechyd and Ochave. Excuse the rubbish spelling. Iechyd, yeah, but it's fine. It's close enough. I have Welsh aunties and uncles as well. Shame on me. 8 o'clock, Lisa. 8 o'clock for the meet and greets, and then 9 o'clock. Just, I'll say, it'll just be a short stream. It'll be a 2-hour stream probably. Bring it, ask some questions if you want. I just want it to be engaging, and then we'll do some stuff around the charges and maybe some clips. I was going to play the Andrew Burkhardt clip tomorrow, but that's gone now because of today. So I'll have to think of something else to do as well. They're scared to call him. Yeah, I think, Jody, the thing that I was saying to Sean, I think they want to call him. I think they're going to risk it. It looks bad, right? But because they keep saying he's a joint lead, they will say, well, we only need to call one of them. We don't need to call both. So it's up to the defense then to call that person. And if they call Proctor, it means that the defense cannot lead. So it's harder when you can't lead, but Lally will be allowed to lead. So I think, even though it looks bad, it might work out better for Lally. I think with Lally's style, he needs to lead because he's lost without leading. So I think that's the risk he's taking. I hope the defense don't demolish him for it, and make sure that the jury know this is not normal. This is diabolical. We've heard Trooper Proctor's name throughout this whole trial. Why are they not calling him? It looks bad. It looks super bad. But that might be the risk they're willing to take. Sounds a bit dodgy to me messaging. Let's go with that. Do you see, Heather? It was nice as well. It was nice. I was half nice anyway. WI happy, yeah. So that if anyone doesn't know, my saying is happy days. I always try to be happy days with everyone. Have a happy day. Vixie. Did I miss anybody? Erin Hack, totally, yeah, I think he's into the dating apps. My boyfriend wants you to sing happy birthday, Brian. He isn't watching, but it's his birthday and the thought counts. I sang happy birthday this morning. I did for somebody, I don't remember who it was now, but I did sing happy birthday this morning in Welsh. Your boyfriend, Brian, if only I knew. Lally needs an electric butt plug. That's it. And the judge compressor. She'll probably enjoy it as well. That would be amazing, Joni. Yes, I want to. Now I found this channel, I'll definitely be joining for more trials. I love anything legal. Oh, which uni did you go to, Lou? Where did you go? That's brilliant. I'm into the trials and stuff like that. As I say, some trials people don't want to watch everyone, but I try and cover a vast array of trials. Normally some shorter ones than this. I just did a 4.5-month one, which I'll never do again. Well, I say that. Now we got this fucking trial. But yeah, always lovely to have new people. Especially, do you know what? It's a shame for me to say most of my viewers are US. I haven't got many UK people, so I'd love for you to be more around, Lou. Another one is Emma from Newport. What about coming to Newport? Just as nice. I will have to do an UK one as well. Once I get more UK people, I'll come to Newport. We'll do something. We'll probably go to Cardiff. We'll go to the Diff. Go to the Diff. Cardiff Bay. Emma, you do so much better. Just have to, fucking hell. Elongate the Worcester. So car, lobster, park the car. Thank you, Heather. Will witnesses be called back? I thought no, but let me know. Yeah, they can be called back as long as they're on the list. And I think the defense has put on their list the stipulation. Let me just check. Oops. They are put on the list. Let me look here. Defense have stipulated. Ms. Reed also reserves the right to call any of the witnesses included on the Commonwealth witness list. So they put their list together, but if they missed anybody, they said, because obviously they may not have seen the Commonwealth list beforehand. So what they did was they added who they thought would be on there, and they caveat of plus anyone else that they have as well. So they can. It's interesting because some attorneys think that they will recall some think they won't. Just remember, whenever they do get recalled, remember that the defense then can't lead, so they want the Commonwealth to bring up as many witnesses as possible. Jody, yes. We'll have to coax him up, but he'll be up there. Jody, he'll be there before I'm there anyway, Jody, 100%. No worries, Lisa. Great stuff. Number 50. Thank you, Brenda. Jody was told he did not want this case. Who wanted this case? Do you know what I mean? No one wanted it, you know. But yeah, I agree. He'll be unemployed when it's over. Mostly black. Shit. Oxford Brooks. Oh, okay. I thought you could say Oxford. Is like, you posh. No, Oxford Brooks. I played rugby in Oxford Brooks a few times. Not bad spot, Oxford Brooks, actually. That's a nice place. Well, Oxford's nice anyway. A bit too posh for me though, but you still put jam ahead of cream, so you're all right, Lou. In my book, you're all right in my book. Been watching various law tubers, but it's a lot nicer here. The chat is so much nicer. This is why I like to watch it on summary with the law tubers and stuff like that. I want to get their legal analysis, but I like to just know the summary, not the whole trial. But horses for courses. Lisa, thank you for being here. Jessica, I'm sorry that I'm behind. Don't worry, don't be sorry. Does Lie call back as a rebut? So rebuttal's going to be interesting. Rebuttal will be interesting to see who he calls back as a rebuttal witness. So just so those, if you don't know, so you've got the Commonwealth putting their case forward, then the defense puts their case forward, and then Lally can call more people at the end, call somebody back at the end as a rebuttal witness. So they've always got that advantage. So he could call more people to come. Obviously, they still have to be on the list, but he could still call people back again, like the lab, or depends on the case of the defense. He can bring people back. So we'll see. Defense experts are going to be fire. I agree. It's much calmer here, isn't it? I can't be dealing with chaos. As I say, I would say probably 90% of my streams are nice and calm, but there are some that I've seen. The Nikolai Mew one that kicked off because he was so toxic, you know. But it wasn't that bad as it compared to other streams. But still, I was a bit uncomfortable, if I'm being honest. There's a lot of people that I really, really like that was really close to probably being fucking deleted because it was like so toxic. We can solve insomnia if you have all the hours checked. We just need to make a CD. We'll be millionaires. Del Boy will be millionaires. This time next year we'll be millionaires. That's what Del Boy. If you're from the UK, you know Only Fools and Horses. Rodney, Del Boy. Sorry that I'm behind, but where's the world did the defense find these doctors? Which doctors now? Not defense. You mean the Commonwealth? You mean the Commonwealth, Jessica? It's the Commonwealth that I've got those witnesses, the doctors snoring. Do you know what? I sleep on my streams, so I do sleep sometimes on my streams. Audrey, help me. So Audrey, I can, but you need to tell me how, because I've tried to look for it, and some of my streams do have transcripts, and some don't, and I don't understand this. Let me just check. There's no let me save that for a second. Customization. There's no way to do transcripts. because I promise you, some of my streams have got transcripts, but maybe not all of them. Audrey, my darling, if I can figure out how to do it, I 100% will. I thought they were automatically, if I'm being honest. I just don't understand it. And we're fellow Celts. We are. You speak Welsh. Cornwall, you speak actual, like, some language, same as Welsh. I went for a job once in Cornwall, didn't get it. I came second, but I lived in Cornwall, Lou. Jesus, can you imagine that? You need to get some food, drink, and relax. Been a long. I do. I need to get the timestamps in as well, Crafty Cow. But yes, 9-hour stream plus beforehand. Jesus. James Bond. Tomorrow there's no court on tomorrow, but tomorrow I'm just doing a little bit of a recap. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, just meet and greet with everybody, which I'm hoping to do for most days now, and then just doing a recap of the charges and stuff like that. So nothing interesting, James, but something just get people their juices flowing. Is it true that Higgins has a question mark? I don't know the name of it, but basically the FBI, because he gave something up, is giving him a free pass. I've heard of it. So I've heard of it. I know what you mean. I've heard of it. Is that they can't, whatever he gave up, he cannot be prosecuted for something. There's something, you're right, but I don't know what it is. And I don't know if there's any truth to it, to be quite honest. Only Fools and Horses, to anyone that's never heard, watch the show, go watch. It's the most hilarious comedy. If you like tongue-in-cheek UK comedy, Only Fools and Horses, it's a classic. It's like a 70s, 80s, like, honestly, Del Boy, it's fantastic. But obviously you need the humor and stuff like that as well. Uncle Alfred. I think that they are off the rest of the week. They are, Jessica, they're off for the rest of the week. I'm not. I'm streaming tomorrow morning. Thursday I'm off because I got my beautiful young niece here, 4 years old. I got her Thursday, so I cannot stream. She's here as well with me. Well, not with me, but Friday she's with my parents, so I can stream Friday. But tomorrow, Thursday, I have the uncle duties, which I love, but she's also ill, so she's going to be cranky all day. Transcripts, I've looked for them on other streamers' streams, and when I click on 3 dots, they're not there. Yeah, I don't understand it. I will Google it. I promise you, I will Google it, and I will look at it for you. No worries, Bond. Profit, yeah, but there's something else as well, I think, Crafty Cow. I will leave it. I don't really know. I think it's some addition to Profit. I'm definitely going to look up the movie Lie to Me. It shows the actions that people do when they lie. Okay. Get her some candy from Auntie Erin. I will. She loves Auntie Erin. Auntie Erin we bought something, did we? I don't remember. We bought her now. But she did say, diolch, Auntie Erin. I sent you the video. Thank you, Auntie Erin. Church tomorrow night, all. It is getting late. I've got to do timestamps. So, Lou, thank you, darling. See you tomorrow. Join the chat, please do. Then they replay Jen and pretty much every other witness, everything you should not do as far as lying. I think we played that, did we? Lunchtime. Go get something to eat and drink. The land is almost empty. I know. I'm going to get off here, do the timestamps, and then I'm done. Oh, actually, I need to do some clipping for tomorrow's stream. It's going to be a late one. It's going to be a late one tonight, but thank you, Miss Wee Lassie. How's Iron Brew? I miss Iron Brew, by the way. I miss my Iron Brew. Also, if you're Scottish, have you tried, it might be a Glasgow thing, pizza, deep fried pizza. I didn't try it, but apparently it's lovely. I've never tried it. How's she doing at big school? She's enjoying it, but she's come out with a massive rash all over her body. So she only had like a couple of weeks in big school. She's enjoying it though. She's enjoying it, but she's been off for a few weeks, ill. Oh, there we are, unicorn shirt. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Enjoy Thursday, Dylan. Have a great evening, chat. Thanks again, Lisa. Thank you, my darling. I am bro. But pizzas as well. They do pizzas. Some of my colleagues loved it. I couldn't. I heard the Scot use the C word like it's hello. Yeah, they do. CUNT. They use it all the time. Right. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Right, I'm going to go now because I'm going to do timestamps. And it's coming up to 9 hours. Plus, I have to do stuff before. Yeah, I mean as well, a bit too much for me. thank you, everybody. I've really enjoying the streams, especially with all of you guys. So, right, let's close it down. This is the part I need to get. Night, Miss Wee Lassie. Right, I need to get a brand here. Bye, Tudley. I'll put the things in Discord, Tudley. Hang on. I need to put that back up as well for buy me a coffee. All right. Hang on. Right. Music. This is where I'm crap. I need to get the music going. Buy all. Right, where's the brand? Here we are, brand. Right, finish with Sean, as we always do. 8-second clip. Peace out, everyone. Take care. Ta-ra.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done.